Hello, guys and gals, and welcome! Welcome, from Welcoming Town. I mean, yes, welcome. So, what are we going to do today? We're going to have some fun playing around with an Amazon. I've never really gotten the Plague Amazon to work. Back in the day, I do remember having issues with her. They recently changed the Plague skills and made them better, and I'd like to just kind of play around with the possibilities, the probabilities, the skill points, the items, so forth and so on, and kind of try and figure out what would be the best way to build one. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to Theorycraft a brand new character. For that purpose, I'm actually going to open up the old version of Diablo real quick. I know, the old version of Diablo. You guys probably haven't seen the old version of Diablo in many a year. Many a yarn. You probably haven't seen it. Doesn't exist anymore. It's a myth. The old version of Diablo is just a myth. You guys have never it doesn't even exist anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not here. No, it's totally not the old version of Diablo. Alright, what are we gonna name our plagues on? We need a catchy name. GGM underscore Medusa. Medusa, there we go. GGM underscore Medusa. Ah, yes, the Medusa. Get out of here. Talk to War Eve. No, talk to War Eve. What did he do? Drop down on the ground. We don't need that. Drop down on the ground, too. We don't want that. Drop down on the ground. Drop down on the ground. We don't want none of that junk. We could be naked. We could be... No, stop picking stuff up. Put it back on the ground. Alright, good. Now we're done. That's it. Save and exit. Bye-bye, old game. That was the end for you. I literally just use the old game to create save files these days. Like that's literally it. I pull it up and I'm like, all right, make a character. There we go. All right, you're done. All right, good. Bye. See you later. No, can't see you again. No, bye. All right, so we're gonna spend a little bit of time in Hero Editor real quick, and we're going to go ahead and create this character. We should be able to do this really quickly now that I got my new item pack. Cause my new item pack is awesome. Yes, my new item pack is great. I got my new item pack of dance on. I'm so happy. Like, you guys don't know, I've been using the old item pack for so long, and I finally just got frustrated, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna make my own item pack. I was like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this, and I don't like it. I'm not gonna take it. I'm not gonna take it anymore. And then I literally just lost it and fixed everything. Alright, let's do a level 93 character. I feel like that is a fairly common level to cap off at. A lot of people will get to level 93, and that is as far as they will ever go. Right? So not a bad place to stop for this particular character. That'll be our goal. If she can't work at level 93, well then I don't know what to tell her. She gets let's see here. There it is. She gets 2 points on level up. So 50. Let me pull up my calculator real quick because I'm terrible at quick math. I will admit I am the worst at quick math. Quick math is like the demon's breath for me. I don't know, it's demons. Alright, so 92 times 2 hit points per level equals 184 plus 50 base equals 234. So 234 is her HP. We also have the mana, which she gets 1.5 mana per level. So 92 times 1.5 plus 14. So she has 152 mana. And then she also gets 1 stamina per level. So 93 plus 84 equals 177. Let's go ahead and give her max gold so we don't have to worry about that. 92 times 5 equals 460, plus 15 is 475 stat points. Let's go ahead and save that so we don't got to redo it. She's going to be in hell difficulty, obviously. Let's go ahead and batch finish all her quests. So she has completed all her quests. She is level 93, so 92 times 1 plus, what is that, 4, 8, 12. So 104 is what she's looking at for skill points. Not bad. I have a feeling we're going to be like, we're going to have extra skill points with this character. So I'm not really like too worried about it. We're probably going to have more than enough skill points. Let's give her all the waypoints real quick, just so that she can actually get places. And let's see. I was thinking like really hard about what mercenary she was going to use, and I cannot imagine her using any other mercenary other than the Act 5 Frenzy Merc. I think the Act 5 Frenzy Merc is the best option for her no matter what. There's just no other good option for her. 640 Javs. We might give her 640 Javs, I'm not sure. Plague Sword, exactly, Jen. Plague Sword. The Plague Sword is just too good to pass up for this particular character because the lower resistance is going to beef up her damage exponentially, which is definitely something that we need on a character that uses poison, right? So, let's see here. Stop beeping at me. All right, first let's import a torch. She definitely needs a torch. Let's just go ahead and give her a torch. Ain't no big deal. Ain't no thing but a chicken wang. All right, let's just give her a torch. So where's her Amazon Hellfire torch? There we go. She's also obviously going to have an Annie. So let's go ahead and give her an Annie. Bam, bing, bang, boom. So she's got her Annie. She's got her torch. She's also going to be using her Heraldric Cube. I hate when people don't put a Heraldric Cube on their character. Like, I understand that, like, for certain things, like, especially for PvP, for instance, I know Kyle's in chat, for PvP and stuff like that, you know, you can take your cube out. You don't need that stuff. You're not picking anything up. You don't actually need to do anything while you're out there. You don't need to transmute anything. You don't need to, like, have the extra storage space, because as a PvP character, you don't care. All right, but as a regular character, I can't live without my cube in my inventory, so I don't build characters without it. So let's see here. We got charms. I think this is like a no-brainer. She's obviously going to be using She's obviously going to be using skillers. So very, very simple. She's going to be using skillers. Probably harpoonist charms. We could do a different kind, though. We could do harpoonist charms of strength. We could do harpoonist charms of inertia. Dexterity. We could do all sorts of things. What is that one? That one is life. I almost feel like, and Kyle actually said it before I had a chance to say anything, I almost feel like faster run walk would be the better choice. But we do have a lot of different charms here. We got some harpoonist plus dex with her plus 6 dex a pop. Actually trying to think here. I mean, that would be nice if we could actually hit the targets. Having all that extra dex certainly wouldn't be a bad thing. It would also really lower our block chance requirements. Let's go dex. Let's do dex. Why not? Ain't gonna hurt nothing. We'll do dex. And then for her smaller charms, since we're going to be a poison jabber, we're probably going to be going with something like life or resistances or something like that, because there's really nothing else we can do except for maybe some. I'm trying to think. We could do poison charms. I'm not really sure how that interacts with Plague Javelin, but we could do poison charms perhaps. You can do whatever you want after you put those points in, Tomac. You can do 20 points in Zeal and 20 points in Sacrifice and 20 points in Fanaticism. You can do 20 points in Holy Shock, and you can build a Holy Shock Zealer. Like the God Zealer build is not specific to any particular build. You basically just put your 20 Holy Bolt. Actually, you don't even need Holy Bolt. You just put 20 points in the Fist of the Heavens. You don't need Holy Bolt. The Holy Bolt doesn't do anything for the God Zealer build. You just do 20 points in the Fist of the Heavens, and you put on the Principal Armor and the Laying of Hands. That's it. It's 20 points FOH plus Laying of Hands plus Principal. That's it. Nothing else. No other skill points anywhere else for that build. Anything else that you want to do for the build is up to you. You don't have to like follow any rigid example. You can do a physical Zealer, you can do a Smiter, you can do a Holy Shock Paladin, Holy Freeze Paladin, Holy Fire Paladin, you can do a Smiter / Zealer, you can do a Smiter / Holy Shocker. Like, it really doesn't matter, because anytime you attack, you're going to get Holy Bolts shooting out. It's just going to be an extra effect on top of whatever else you build. I actually did a bow version, Jen. The bow version was actually pretty funny. I did a full pierce build, basically, so that every time I fired, I was shooting out multiple Holy Bolts, because each of the arrows was causing multiple Holy Bolts to pop out. It actually didn't work too badly. Alright, so we need charm alarms. What kind of small charms do we have in our pack here? Here, I'm going to bring this up so you guys can see the charms, because I do have those. I do have like a window so you can see what I'm looking at. Here, hold on. This one, I think? Is this it? Yes, that's it. Alright, so this is the import window, and so I've got tons and tons of charms in here. Pretty much anything you could want. We got Toxic Small Charm of Anthrax. I'm kind of curious if those actually would be worth using. What's the damage on that? 80. It's only 85. That's pretty low. We could do attack rating. Yes, attack rating. We could do 320/20s. I don't know. Actually, I'm pretty sure you get more points, more damage on Zeal by building Zeal. I think I calculated that out one time. Small shimmering charm of venom. What the hell is that? +5 all resistances, 11 poison damage. That's pretty bad. Fire damage, life res, life mana, light damage. Find small charm of balance. Let's just do life resistances. I mean, these are pretty universal charms. I don't really see any reason why not to just do life res charms. It'll probably make up for a bunch of issues with our build. Okay, so for the armor, I was considering Bramble, but I was also considering something else. So we've got like different choices. Let me go ahead and pull up my rune words here. One option is Bramble Armor, and the reason why Bramble Armor is even an option is just simply because it has the, what is it, 60 or 50% poison skill damage on it? What is the cap on Bramble? The problem with Bramble is that it doesn't have any plus to skills. So even though it will beef up our poison damage by 50%, which is the cap, we are going to, however, lose the +2 skills that we would otherwise get, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Another option could be a +2 skill armor that allows us a socket, So the same thing that we did yesterday with the Hydra Paladin, I think is probably what we're looking at here. Because I don't think this is the best choice, and I don't think COH or Enigma is the best choice. I think the problem is that we've got oh, hold on, I got a phone call. Okay, so what we're gonna do is something I think that we probably should is the same thing we did on before. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try a Arcane's Valor, which is +2 skills and it'll actually give us a socket. I think that's one of the best options here, Arcane's Valor with a socket. I don't really know if there's any other good options though. Kyle had mentioned a like a J mod, which we could essentially put 4 poison facets in, which could also be an interesting choice. But for right now, let me pull in an Arcane's Valor, and then we will pull in a facet. In fact, you know what, we might as well just pull in a bunch of facets because we're probably going to need a bunch of those for this character. So let me just go ahead and grab uniques, jewels, poison facets. We'll do level dyes. Those are more fun. Let me just go ahead and just add in a bunch of poison facets for this. We could also do a J mod. A J mod is definitely an option. Let me see if I've got a J mod sitting around here. I don't remember if I do actually. Socketed whites bases miscellaneous. Where the hell did I put that? The magical items. Like, I could have sworn I had a bunch of magical items that were just sitting around. Armors. We could just do this. It's not really that big of a deal. We'll grab an Archon plate. I'll just make a pseudo J mod for the moment. It's not really that big of a deal. How much HP does the J mod have on it, Kyle? It's, what is it, 98 or something like that? It's been a little while since I looked. It's of the whale. Of the whale, my friend. There we go. I found the life modifier. Jmod Archon of the whale D2 images. It's 100 life. Okay, so it's 100 life exactly. All right. That works just fine. I'll just put 100 life on the armor in the mods, and we'll just go from there. Life 100. Save. And then we'll do sockets 4, and then we've got our Jmod of the whale, and we can put 4 facets in there. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more facets. For the body piece, I don't really think Bramble's going to be a good choice, so we're going to take that out. Another choice could be the Archon plate, which the Arcane's Valor, so we've got that. For the shield, I almost feel like a frickin' Jmod shield might be the appropriate choice for this as well, but definitely a spirit shield. So let's load in a generic setup on one hand. So we're just going to go ahead and load in a spirit shield. Might as well just spirit monarch. So we'll load in a spirit monarch, and then we'll load in a generic piece here. So we're going to load in probably just a Titans, an F Titans. That's what I would imagine would be a good choice for this. So uniques, class items, Amazon. I've got F upped Titan's Revenge, which is probably the best choice. All right, so she's got that on one set. Instead of a plus skills helmet specifically, I was thinking a COH might be the better choice, specifically because COH has 2 sockets and it has plus skills, whereas most of the other items don't have plus skills. That's the second weapon set, so the only reason I have that on the other hand is for the second weapon set. I'm gonna throw in some 640s in a second. Just give me a minute. Let's see here. I do think Crown of Ages is probably our best bet because it has 2 sockets, so we can put 2 poison facets in it. It's +1 skills, and we could put 2 poison facets, as opposed to a +2 skills that we couldn't put. We could only put 1 poison facet. As for the amulet, I mean, our best bet is probably just Amara's. I mean, we could get like some sort of perfect amulet crafted or something, but for the most part here, I think Mara's is our go-to amulet for this. For rings, I'm pretty sure plus the skills is definitely going to be a superior option. So we definitely want something like maybe Bolcathos. And probably a Ravenfrost in the other hand, because otherwise we're going to need Cannot Be Frozen from another source. And I just don't see a lot of other good sources for Cannot Be Frozen. I'm trying to think in my head here, but I just can't really think of a good way to get Cannot Be Frozen on this character that's not going to involve something stupid. And it's going to sacrifice a lot. As for boots, I mean, we might as well just load in some generic boots. I'm not really sure we're going to have any mana issues. We could use Gore Riders just so we have the Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, and Deadly Strike. But because we are probably going to melee a little bit. Maybe not that much, but we're probably going to melee some. Let's just give her Sandstorm Trex, Ethereal Sandstorm Trex. I feel like that's a good choice. All right, and then for the let's go ahead and put this on her. That way I don't have to worry about it. I'm going to give her a shield real quick. Let's grab her a 4-socket shield. I'm going to turn this into a J-mod shield too. This is not going to be an inexpensive build, I'm going to tell you that much. I feel like a J-mod kind of setup is kind of her best bet at actually pulling anything off. So we're going to throw J-mod shield on her right hand. And make sure I got the sockets edited in. 4 sockets. Alright. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4 for the armor. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the shield. We need alders instead. I'll do alders. It's not a big deal. Well, I don't really think it matters all that much, but sure, we'll throw alders in there. Oops. Done. Done and done. A little test char. No, this is a Theorycraft of whether it's actually possible or not. We're min-maxing, buddy. Belt. I feel like Razor Tail's probably our best bet, but we could also go with +1 skills on the Arachnid's Mesh, but I feel like the Razor Tail is probably going to give us more benefits. I don't really know, but the way that the skill works, like it doesn't really like apply multiple times as you hit monsters. It I feel like Arachnids is going to be the better choice. So let's throw Arachnids on her, and then let's grab a Razor Tail. We'll put it in the stash just in case. I don't know if Razor Tail is actually going to be the best choice. As for the gloves, there's a lot of different options. One of the simplest is just a pair of +2 or +3 javelin and spear skill gloves. I think that's probably our best bet. So I'm going to import some gloves. Let's just do any kind of gloves. It doesn't even really matter. Let's see here. I don't think it works that way with the javelin. With the javelin, it does like a cloud, right? So it just kind of does like a cloud outward on the impact point. I mean, she's still going to have pierce, by the way. It's just, yeah. Actually, I don't think I have any gloves in here. I don't think I actually have any gloves. There's the Harpoonist Maiden Javelin of Swiftness. Is that the one we're looking for? That's the +4 30. This needs to be +6 40. See if I can edit these real quick. There you go, +6 40s. It's a toss up between either Trangs, you're correct, that was one of the options, or +2 or +3 gloves. And I think +3 gloves will probably give more than the 25% that the gloves give. So I'm not really 100% sure whether I want to go with Trangs, but we're going to import them anyway and we'll test them out. So let's just go ahead and grab the gloves. We're going to put them in. And then I'm also going to grab just like a regular pair of gloves to get some +2 Jav on. I think I have some +2 Jav gloves actually sitting on a character. Let me save this girl real quick and let me open that other character up. So this is going to be, I believe it's my test Amazon. Where's my test Amazon? Test Assassin. Test Necro. Test Sork. I don't have a test Amazon in here. Where's my test Amazon? You dirty rat. You dirty Tankazon? What do you got on, Tankazon? Sanders Taboo? You are not correct. You are not correct, sir. I know I have a test Amazon. That's why I'm wondering why she's not in the file. Test Assassin, Test Barbarian, Test Druid, Test Runewords, Test Necro, Test Pally Brave, Test Runes, Test Sork. She's not there. It's weird. I got Zonazon. What are you using, Zonazon? Death's Hand and Death's Sash. I got Procazon, but Procazon is using some crazy-ass thing that doesn't even matter. What's up, Christopher Leslie? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Ace King. Flaming Cheeto and Farty Sparty. Mm-hmm. Farty Sparty. Who doesn't like a good Farty Sparty? it doesn't look like I have her, I guess. No big deal. I guess I could always make something else, but I just thought for sure I had the Zon just sitting there, ready for something. Test Necro, test Pallies, testy testers of testiness. Prakazan is hero edited. She's very, very, very hero edited, like to an insane degree. Definitely more hero edited than I would like to apply to any character. Oh, these will work. I'll take these. Oh, these are Dracul's Grasp. Never mind. Those are not what I was looking for. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Don't you bother me. Who the hell is Iron Master? Iron Master is a Trangle's... Oh, did I make him for the Iron Golem? I made him for the Iron Golem. I remember him. I remember him. He was a cutie. Test barb. Let's see what my test barb has on him. Laying of hands. Yeah, little turd. Nobody's got anything worth using. Nobody. All these characters and not a single... Oh, character is loading as a non-expansion character. Good lord, does a whole lot of error messages. That jank said, you better put that guy back. What about Zonazon? Zonazon is using Death's Gloves. I could have sworn I had at least one good set of Doojanks. Of Doojanks in here somewhere. And he doesn't even have gloves on. No gloves for anybody. Yeah, I mean, I could just craft some gloves. I was actually just trying to find, like, a pair of gloves that I could use to craft with. But apparently I have none. Anywhere. How about you, Farty Sparty? Farty Sparty has some gloves. Good. Export gloves to file. Done. I'll edit those. That's all I was looking for, was any kind of gloves that I could export. I'm sorry for all the bings and bongs and crazy stuff going on. Bings and bongs and crazy stuff. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna edit these real quick. Won't take me but a second. And boom, boom. Let's just take off all the effects. It's not that big of a deal. Alright, so we're going to just turn these into blues. So I'm actually going to change the quality of these into blues. There it is. Quality, change items quality, magically enhanced, save. And we're going to go down here and we're going to add in the two effects that we need on this. So it's the attack speed. So we're looking at speed. Increased attack speed 30%. Save. And then we need skill tabs. So skill tab levels. Javelin and spear. And it's going to be +3. Save. And just like that, we've got a pair of 30% increased attack speed, +3 javelin gloves. And you know what? Let's give them a little bit of defense too, because 60 defense. That sounds good. There you go. 60 defense gloves. Is there anything else we need? I'm trying to think. A circlet could be interesting. Yes, 30% IAS is only for magic. 20% is for rares. So if you want a pair of 30% IAS gloves, or... Oh, wait, it's +3. Sorry, +3. +3 is for magic. You're right. You're right. Let me edit that out. I was thinking of the +3 for plus the skills, not the plus. And like, yeah, you got me. You got me. There we go. Let's pull in a circlet. I should have a circlet sitting around here somewhere. Alright, here we go. Let's do a diadem. Why not? We're going to create a circlet, just kind of like a generic circlet that you might necessarily use on a character like this. So it's going to have... Let's go ahead and change the quality to a rare. Alright, so it's going to have +2 Amazon. This is not really that difficult to find, so +2 Amazon is actually pretty easy. Trying to remember how to do Amazon. Here we go. So +2 Amazon. We want it to have 2 sockets. That's the only reason why we would use this over the Crown of Ages. So what we're going to do is we're going to just throw 2 sockets into this item. So save 2 sockets. And then like it might have some other generic effects on it. Like I'm not really too super caring about what's going on with this helmet. Let's throw some resistances on there, I guess. Like 15% all res. And then we'll throw some lifesteal or something. It's not really that important, the stats on this thing. The only thing that's really important for this is the +2 skills and the 2 sockets. Everything else is just icing on the cake for the most part. So it's not really that big of a deal. Where the hell is lifesteal at? Reduce, resist, speed. Oh, there it is. Steel. There we go. Let's just do a modicum amount, like 6% life, and then we'll do 6% mana. So it's like a dual leech, +2 skills, all resistance circlet. Alright, and that covers pretty much everything that I can think of. We've got our Archon plate, we've got our extra armor in the stash, we've got our razor tail, we've got our various other pieces of equipment that we can use. Do we have enough facets? I don't know if we have enough facets. Let's add a couple more facets. There you go. And I think we're ready to load her into the game and see how she plays. So let's load her in. You're talking about a perfect one. I'm just talking about like something that I throw in. The helm makes your eyes bleed? Good. I hope your eyes are as bleedy as they can possibly be. Very bleedy. Oh wait, no, we forgot to do something. I'm an idiot. I am a less than intelligent individual. Very, very on the dumb side. What did I forget to do? I forgot mercenary equipment, which is very important to this build. If I don't put any mercenary equipment on there, how is she actually going to be able to do anything? Alright, mercenary equipment. Let me consolidate this stuff. So I don't want venom. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be doing a plague sword, so let's go ahead and bring a plague sword in. That's our first thing. We'll do a Eth conquest. So plague and an Eth conquest, and then as for the armor, fortitude. I'm thinking fortitude. Fortitude sounds good. We'll do an F fortitude. And then the helmet. He needs a helmet. What helmet do we give him? I mean, we could just generically give him a Andariel's Visage. Unless there's a better option. I mean, Crown of Ages is certainly not a bad choice. I could throw 2 IAS jewels in it. That way he would have, I don't know. I guess we'll just go with the generic Eth Andariel's Visage. Should be fine. He does need another weapon though, so let's jam that in the cube somewhere. The second weapon that we're gonna give him is gonna be a Rune Word 2, I think. And I'm trying to think what we really want to put on him. Not Grief, because we figured out Grief doesn't work on the Act 5 Frenzy Merc for some reason. So I was thinking Death, but is Death even in Swords? It is in Swords. Let's give him an F Death Conquest Sword. That sounds like fun. Alright, now we're ready to transfer him over. You can buy them from the shop. That's how people do it. You just basically go in and out of town until eventually they appear in the shop. I can't remember where the best, like, optimalist place is to shop for them, but that's where people get them from, is they shop them. Let's see here. Looks like somebody wrote a guide on it. There you go. I'm just gonna copy and paste this guide into chat for you guys if you want to look at it. It's a pretty long guide. I'm not gonna be able to summarize this 18-page doojank, so feel free to take a look. Feel free to take a look. All right, we got all our doojanks. Let's go grab our Act 5 Mercenary real quick, get him outfitted, and then we'll move on from there. Quell kick. Damien. Look, I got Damien.
Hello, guys and gals. I'm so glad to be here at the kindergarten class. I am 3 years old, and my name is
Damien.
And I am just so happy to be here, and I hope that you guys will be my friends.
What did you say your name was?
Oh, my name is
Damien.
Can I help you?
Why do you keep saying your name like that? It's really scary. What do you mean? I'm not saying my name like anything. My name is just
Damien. That was a Saturday Night Live sketch, by the way. I remember that from a million years ago. Head Striker is also a good choice. Correct. Why is my game not up there? Get up there, game. Damien.
Yes.
Alright, Fortitude on the Merc.
I'll put that to good use.
Plague on the Merc.
I'll put that to good use.
Why is my Death Sword not there? Dagnabbit. Everything else made it through, but not the Death Sword. Meh, 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 meh. We'll have to go steal a sword from somebody else. Hold on. We're going to go thieving. We're going to go spelunking through the town, and we're going to get a sword. We got a sword. I got so many different swords. Where's my swords? Swords. Unbending wheel? Unique maces, unique one-handed. A nice little plethora of swords. Oh, these are all low-level swords, though. Oh, wait, he can't use that one. I just realized. He can't use that one. That's not something he could use. No. Dagnabbit. What about you, Badgerine? What do you got? A Plague Phase Blade. Don't mind if I do. Good. He'll just dual wield plagues. Why not? It's just 2 plagues. Extra plagues. Who doesn't like extra plagues? Everybody likes extra plagues. Honestly, probably give him more better procs for his do-janks. Here, I'll put this one in the main hand because that one's probably more damage anyway. Wow, that's way more damage. It's 211 to 304, and this one's 134 to 151. Alright, facets. Facets. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we got the Crown of Ages, and then we also have the Circlet. And then we have the Arcane's Valor, which is our alternate. I think I'm willing to give the Circlet a try. I mean, it has less resistances, but it does require less strength, so we don't have to build as high. Because the Corona does require 174 strength. So we'll try this first, and then we'll move on from there. Alright, so strength. Dex. And then massive points into vitality. All right, now let's trying to figure out if I even want to even try to do max block with this character. I don't really feel like I do. Alright, so skill points, let's do those first. Definitely, obviously, Poison Javelin, so as many points into Poison Javelin as we can get. And then obviously we're going to have to put points into Plague Javelin as well. So we've got 45 and 45 there for both of those. As for skill points, we definitely want Critical Strike, Penetrate, and Pierce. We definitely want to grab the Valkyrie so that we have an extra tanking option. Definitely want to get her at least to level 17 so that she has the higher damage output. Nothing in bow and crossbow, obviously. We probably want to at least put points into each of these. I'm thinking Fend actually might be useful in this character, but not with the crappy Harpoonish Javelin. We'd have to use the Titans. So it would be kind of like a either or sort of a situation. We're at 73% Pierce already, which is pretty sexy. 44 skill points left is a lot. It's a lot of skill points left. What the hell do we do with that many skill points? I suppose we could just beef up the Valkyrie to max so that she's just the tankiest thing in the world. We could go with a different damage type, but especially when we're doing this more into the poison tree, you know what, let's just beef up the Valkyrie. I feel like that's a good choice. And then let's take the last 31 points we have, throw them into... Trying to think as if we need attack rating. We may need a large amount of attack rating. So penetrate might be a good option. Holy crap, 129,271. 107,299. Holy Jesus. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beef up our defensive capability. And then, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll put the rest of them in decoy to beef up the HP of the Valkyrie.
Not here. Not here.
Oh, I didn't even grab Death's Web. I totally forgot. Let's see what we're rocking. So we have 50% bonus poison skill damage, negative 50% enemy poison resistance. We're also rocking a rather large amount of plus to skills. 107,000 damage on the Plague Javelin. Kind of insane.
Not in town. Not here.
Our Mercenary has 2 plagues, so he should be proccing poison novas and lower resistance all the time. Let's just go somewhere easy first, and let's see how she plays. Oh, some nice plus to skills. Man, she does have some... She does have some mana issues. Let me tell you what. 30 mana a Javelin is kind of insane. I rarely ever do this, but let's do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Let's do 50 points into energy. Everything else into HP. Probably should have grabbed Silk Weaves. Alright, let's up the difficulty. Let's go grab some potions, because we're having huge mana issues. Definitely an issue with this character, it seems.
Not enough mana.
And, yeah, mana per kill might help a little bit. I just put it in my personal stash. I put it in my personal stash. I put it in my personal stash, I did, and I don't really understand what's wrong with me. Ding. $465 momentum. Well, players one, she absolutely wrecks. So let's modify this up a little bit, shall we? Players one. Oh, wait. What? What? That was players 8 that I just demolished like it was players 1? What do I do in players 1? Let us find out, I suppose. How dare you be immune to poison? How dare you? Get over there and get them lower resisted. Alright, let's switch back back to players 8, since apparently we're just like demolishing players 8 like it doesn't exist. Let's go to Cal's real quick, shall we? I feel like that's a good place to test out something like this. Massive carnage, right? And all that. Massive amounts of carnage. All the cows dying everywhere. Massive amounts of carnage, and we go down to the town. You know what, let me hop into Discord too, just in case anybody wants to chat. What's up?
What up, man?
Testing out this Plague Javazon.
Oh, yeah?
I thought I was in players 1, and I went to change it to players 8. I was like, I was like, let me change this to players 8 because this is way too easy. And then it was then I found out it was already at players 8, and she kind of demolishes everything. Like I don't know. She's pretty OP.
That's what it was sounded like from what you were testing yesterday.
What? You talking about the poison video from yesterday? That was actually testing it being broken.
Yeah.
Bad broken, not good broken.
Yeah. Well, we knew she had a big revamp.
Good day.
Oh, please, no. Dang it. I'm playing on my Javazon right now.
Hello.
Oceans.
Got tired of doing chaos, so figured I'd switch it up, make a Javazon so I can do cows.
Moo cows.
Yeah.
Moo 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 moo.
Is probably the one thing that makes me want to go back to chaos.
What, cows?
Yeah, just the constant moo, 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 moo. Like, everywhere. It's so loud.
You don't like all the moo noises.
No, it's
What?
just, it's a lot. I like it. I think it's amazing, but it's just, it's a lot and it's loud.
You know they were actually voiced by the staff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they all just got into a room and they were like, everybody make your best moo noises into the microphone. And that was it.
Which is amazing.
And a legend was born. I wonder who was the one that did the Alright, we need a death moo, somebody. We need a death moo. Anybody? Anybody give me a death moo? Johnson, you look like you could give a good death moo. Okay, well, she's absolutely demolishing in cows. I mean, is she like Javazon level speed? Not really, but it's very fast for players 8. This is like easy breezy, beautiful cover players 8. And honestly, it doesn't even. And every time the lower resist procs, everything just melts into oblivion. It's pretty beautiful.
I don't have an infinity yet, so that's probably where I'm sitting at.
For what?
It's for the Javazon. She's not the fastest, but not the slowest.
Oh. Well, you can't use infinity on this girl, so.
Yeah.
The lower resist is the only one that reduces poison resistance.
I do have 2 Javrins just sitting here burning a hole in my stash.
Yeah, I logged into my character the other day. My non-ladder character, because somebody said they had a ladder character they wanted an item on, and I was like, I'll just give you whatever you want. And like, I just had like a Baroon just sitting in my inventory.
Yes. also thinking about making an Enigma because I don't have one on ladder.
Hi there.
And it would actually work well with this character for the run walk.
The run, the walk. I mean, that's another reason to use Titans on this build, maybe, over the +6 Javelin and Spear. I mean, yeah, the +6 Javelin and Spear is nice, but Titans isn't that far off. It does have physical damage, and it also replenishes, which could be more useful since it's replenishing constantly. And we're talking about +4 instead of +6. And honestly, I think it might be better. I'm not really...
Like Nil the Strength Dex. It's really nice.
I mean, my damage doesn't really go down by that much. I'm already demolishing everything anyway.
And you can up them.
Oh, they're upped.
Mine are not.
A grave wand. Alright, well, she obviously demolishes players' 8 cows. Let's go take a look at something a little bit more difficult, like chaos. In the previous live stream Game Jinx that I tested, yeah, basically that's the gist of it, is that poison damage for some reason is just not very effective in groups. The more people that there are, the more NPCs, the more mercenaries, etc., the less effective it becomes. To the point of absurdity. This is a very easy and quite enjoyable setup. Like I'm not having any trouble at all. Like, really. I mean, I'm just kind of just like lackadaisically, like moving along. I mean, with the really high level Valkyrie and the extremely well geared Frenzy Merc, like, and the cleansing aura to top it off, which is basically keeping everybody nice and alive. I'm really not having much trouble with anything. And every time the poison rocks, this character is just like demolishing. I mean, you can just see the monsters just slowly fade away into nothingness. It's good for you too, Chase. Keeps you from getting fat. Mm-hmm. If you drink skim milk, on the other hand, you will get fat. I got a nice narrating voice here. Oh, yes. I can also do one of those commercials, you know, like Sunday, Sunday, Sunday at the Thunderdome. The ones they do around here are at the Hampton Coliseum. Sunday only at the Hampton Coliseum. I mean, the rate that I throw javelins is actually pretty slow. I mean, it's really just a lot of waiting around and letting the monsters die. I mean, it lasts for 11.6 seconds, so it's like I don't even really have to do anything other than just kind of stand here and watch them slowly bleed to death. The general idea with these theory crafts is to ensure that the build works first, which usually means using GG level equipment. And then after we ensure that the build works, then we might go back and try out some lesser equipment to see how they perform. As of right now, she is literally dominating Players 8 with her current equipment. It's actually kind of insane how quickly she's killing Players 8 Chaos right now. Just so you guys can see that this is Players 8 Chaos. Right there, Players 8. We are in fact on Players 8 Chaos, which is kind of insane.
Oh, unique Scourge and its Horizon's Tornado. Rip.
Hmm.
Very sad day.
It was a sad, sad day.
That is a hunter's guise, though. 1 to Tornado, 2 to Volcano, 2 to Fire Claws with 3 open sockets.
Holy crap. Poison Javelin is over 92 seconds, and Plague Javelin is over 11.4. There is a pretty huge disparity in difference between the two of those. I know, it feels like I'm playing a Necromancer. If you guys have never played a Necromancer before, this is what a Necromancer's like. You basically summon your army, you know, you look cool in the back with your bone stuff on, you know, you got your little scythe maybe, or whatever the hell you twirl your wand in your hand. But for the most part, you know, the army is really doing all the work, and you're just kind of standing there. Like, I throw a javelin, and then I can just kind of, like, back off and just, you know, do my thing. I mean, there's not really a whole lot to this character other than just toss a javelin and laugh. Giggle in evil. Like, look at Stone Thirst the Jagged over here, just melting into oblivion. Werebear Paladin. You got me, buddy. Oh no, they got my mercenary. Oh, trolls. He's an integral part of my build. How dare you kill him? I need him to spam lower resistance for me. I need him to do his job. Need him to do his work. Need him to put his job and work and working and job and work. Give me back Damien. Tyrion's like, hello, what was your mercenary's name? Oh, my mercenary's name is Damien. You know I'm an angel, right? And that I don't, suffer demons, and that we're probably gonna have to murder your mercenary now because his name is Damien. Look, I didn't name him, okay? His mom named him, alright? His mom came up to me one day, I asked her, I said, why the hell did you name him Damien? And she said, well, she mated with the spawn of Satan, so it felt appropriate. The spawn of Satan. Come and get poisoned. Come and take some of these. Come and get poisoned and probably die. Vector of Souls is melting quite nicely. Time for Diablo. How fast can we kill Diablo? Gonna kill him dead, we will. How fast can we kill Diablo? Diablo. Oh, you're poisoned, Diablo. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it hurts so bad. Oh, please stop lightninging me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
You
Melt.
stand right up next to him, his lightning won't actually hit you.
Ow, he stabbed me in the face with his claws.
He'll still ice claws you.
Ow, it hurts.
He does do that still.
Die, Diablo. All of you and your minions too. Alright, let's swap to some more budgety kind of items. So instead of a Jmod Archon plate, let's go to the Arcane's Valor. Let's see how that rolls. And instead of the Jmod Superior Monarch, let's go to a regular Spirit Shield. And let's see how she rolls with this setup, just out of curiosity. Where else can we test this at? Let's try Crystalline Passage. Why not? Socketed +2 Arcane's Valor is definitely a hell of a lot easier to come by than a Jmod Archon plate. I'm trying to think. Where's the highest concentration of poison immunes? Is it Stony Tomb? I mean, not Stony Tomb. Ancient Tunnels. I think Ancient Tunnels has tons of poison immunes, right? Let's go play around in Ancient Tunnels just to see how this runs with this. Bramble doesn't have any plus to skills, and so the poison skill damage isn't really as good because you're basically giving up the plus to skills. I could work out the exact like damage increase that you're losing by not having +2, but with Arcanes, I have +2 and I have a poison facet, so I'm still at least getting negative enemy poison resistance, which is more powerful than plus poison skill damage anyway. In fact, I think if I remember correctly, like you can, for the most part, when you're fighting a monster that's mostly poison immune, you pretty much multiply the negative enemy poison resistance by 3 and basically treat it as plus poison skill damage. However, when you have a monster that's like really, really, really weak to poison, it just functions as exactly as stated. So, like, I think that the negative enemy poison resistance with the plus poison skill damage and the +2 skills is superior to the plus 50% on Bramble. Trangul's Gloves is the same situation, so plus 25% poison skill damage I don't think is as good as +3 Javelin. I mean, it's kind of a toss-up. I'd have to like run the numbers on it, but +3 javelin and spear skills could definitely be construed as better than +2 with no IAS, no plus skills. I do have trangs in my chest though, so I was planning on testing the trangs to see like kind
On
of how it
the-
rolls.
On the Necromancer, Bramble actually is best in slot.
Yes.
So
I can't carry anymore.
I don't know if that would change with the javelins specifically. But I do know on my poison necro, I see a decent difference, even though my bramble is garbage and only like 26%, because it can roll 25 to 50%, which is a huge roll. But even at 26%, it is best in slot.
And I mean, how I had it set up, literally, I was absolutely demolishing players 8. So I mean, I don't really know. And Arcane's Valor is definitely cheaper than Bramble as well.
True. Bramble is slightly expensive.
Like I feel like a J-modded Archon's plate with 4 poison facets is definitely better than Bramble. Especially when you consider the fact that you've got negative enemy poison resistance along with the plus poison skill damage. So you're running 5, 5, 5, 5. So you're running 20% on both poison skill damage and negative enemy poison resistance, as opposed to just.
Yeah.
But that's why I chose the Arcane's Valor, because out of all the armors in the game, it's really the only +2 skill armor that you can socket. Out of all the plus skill armors, there's not a lot of +2 skill armors that you can actually socket. I can't really think of any off the top of my head besides Arcane's Valor. I mean, all the other ones are +1. K. Higgins is +1. Skin of the Viper Magi is +1. Ghost Armor, the Spirit Shroud is +1. And of course, all the rune words can't be socketed. So anything that has +2 skills that's a rune word can't be socketed with a facet. So it kind of rules that out as well. So like COH and Enigma, none of those can actually add a facet to them. I mean, the other option would be something like Griswold's as like a budget piece with 3 poison facets. I mean, that would, but 3 poison facets are hardly that easy to come by. I feel like a +2 arcanes with 1 poison facet is a lot easier than a Griswold's with 3 facets. I mean, at that.
Black Hades.
Black Hades.
It wouldn't be bad.
Honestly, even with budget on Players 8, I'm absolutely demolishing. So for budget, basically what I did is I swapped over to a Spirit Monarch Shield instead of the J-Mod, Arcane's Valor instead of the J-Mod. I'm using Titan's Revenge instead of the +6 Javelin Spear. I mean, I'm using Alder's Boots, which isn't even really that amazing. None of this is really all that hard to come by, except for maybe the Maras. I don't even think I actually need these resistance charms. Let me double check real quick. I really don't actually need them. Like I'm at 50% all res and 65% fire without them. So I really don't even need the all res charms. That's extra. Honestly, I don't even need Maras. I could be using a random +2 amulet, or I could be using a +3 Jav amulet. Grim Dawn. I think I played it. Although that was around the same time that I played a bunch of other games too that were very similar, like Adventures of Van Helsing and stuff. It might be fun to actually play those games on stream one day. I mean, you got plenty of time to spread your poison around. I mean, pretty much all you're doing for the most part on this character is running around, finding a target, throwing a javelin at them, running around, finding a target, throwing a javelin at them, and then you just ignore that they exist until they die. And if for some reason they don't die in one javelin, which it seems like they always do, you just throw another javelin at them and run away. And then by the time they usually end up dying to that one. Like it's pretty easy. I mean, for shield options, I'm sure there's other shield options. You could probably use Medusa's Gaze. A little bit high on the strength requirement there, but definitely has the lower resistance that you would need. Could come in handy. If you didn't have Plague, I think Medusa's Gaze is pretty easy to come by. Usually people actually like don't even pick it up because they think it's pretty bad, but the lower res proc on it is actually pretty sweet. Kind of got like usurped though, because I think Plague is like way better than Medusa's Gaze at this point. But again, you might not actually have access to Plague yet. So you could totally use Medusa's Gaze until you get a Plague for your Mercenary. The other benefit of Medusa's Gaze over Plague, though, is that you could, of course, use it on your person. And you wouldn't be necessarily relying on your Mercenary to proc the effect. You could proc it for yourself, which could certainly come in handy. I actually did a full playthrough of Minecraft Dungeons already. Not on stream or anything. It came out before I was a YouTuber. But I did actually enjoy it. It was very much so a Diablo-esque style game. It's like baby Diablo. That's what I like to call it. Minecraft Dungeons is totally baby Diablo.
It's locked.
So much poison, though. It's so amazing how much damage she puts out. Even without the J-Mod armors, even without the J-Mod shield. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I do want to check out the Trangules real quick. So we got... So, there. So 122,096K. So we actually go down by putting on the gloves. We go down from 122,000 to 118,000. And we go down from 96,000 to 92,000. So the +3 skills on the 320s is better than the 25% poison skill damage on the Trangs. I'm trying to think if we have a bramble sitting around I could play with. I think there's one sitting on my Wolfpack guy. Maybe. He doesn't have a bramble, but he has the runes for bramble sitting in here, apparently. Sir Eth, isn't that a bramble? Yes, Ral Sir
If you're
Eth,
gonna be
4-socket
if you're
armor.
gonna be testing like what I would consider budget or even semi-budget stuff, I just roll it. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
25.
Well, see, I didn't have a bramble when I first made this character, so like
Yeah.
before I made my item pack, one of my cheesy things to do was just to import a 4-socket armor, and then just like import the runes, and I would just roll it. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Is I'm just gonna roll it. So Ral Sir F. All right, we rolled 39% poison skill damage.
Not terrible.
We're gonna
Good
test and
roll.
see if it's better than either one of the other options, because we can visibly see it on the character screen which one has the higher damage output. Three-piece Trangs is like best in slot for poison necros, Victor, because it has negative 25% poison resistance on the shield and plus 25% poison skill damage on the gloves in combination with the plus to skills that it offers. You generally want to use the wing, the belt, and the gloves together on basically any poison necro. Poison necros don't have skill gloves, so they wouldn't replace the gloves with like a +3 poison and bone gloves because they don't exist. That would be nice. Same thing for the shield, because the shield is like a necro only shield and it has like plus to skills and stuff on it. It comes in above some of the other choices. All right, so let's try the Arcane's Valor real quick, and let's see if the 39% Bramble is better than the Arcane's. So we go from 97k on Plague Javelin to 108k on Plague Javelin, so it is better than Arcane's. We've also got, well, I mean, actually, we can't really calculate in the negative resistance, so we'll have to figure that out in a second. We gain about 15k on the Poison Javelin. Interesting. But we are losing negative 5% enemy poison resistance, which... I'm trying to think how you could even calculate that out. I mean, on a monster that's already low, it's a lot. But on a monster... I mean, it's not a lot, but on a monster that's really high in the poison resistance, it's actually a lot of extra damage. I don't know if there's any way you can actually calculate that out. Because it's going to vary. It's going to vary on every single monster that you fight. And the more poison immune monsters that you fight that you're breaking with lower resistance, the more useful negative enemy poison resistance is going to be. But the more monsters that you fight that are not necessarily poison resistance, the more useful the skill damage is going to be. So it's going to be like a back and forth. Let's check it against the J mod. So with the J mod, I'm at 96k and 122k, 108k, and 138k. So the J mod has less damage than the Bramble, but the J mod also has the negative 20% enemy poison resistance. So again, we're back to the same kind of situation where we're comparing the negative enemy poison resistance against the Brambles. So this is how you can calculate out negative enemy poison resistance when you're not fighting a monster that's immune. The immune monsters is a whole different calculation, but I can tell you how to factor it out when a monster is basically at 0% resistance. So if you're fighting a monster and he's at 0% poison resistance, all negative enemy poison resistance then functions as plus poison skill damage. So it functions very similarly to the way that poison skill damage works. So negative 20% enemy poison skill damage becomes plus 20% poison skill damage in that scenario. But only when you're dealing with a monster who's already at 0 that you're bringing down below 0. So the Superior Archon Plate, or rather the J-Mod Archon Plate, is basically 40% skill damage when you're dealing with a monster that's already, you know, mostly immune, or mostly non-resistant. The Bramble, however, is going to be not as good against a monster that is mostly immune or broken from immunity. So if you're dealing with a, like, I don't know, like a one of the poison immune Vile Lords, the big one with the big wings, they're like always poison immune, right? Or the maggots that are always poison immune. If you break them, they'll be at like 90% resistance. And in that situation, the J-Mod or the Arcane's Valor are probably going to come out on top in those situations, but they won't come out on top always in the other situations. And I think, honestly, though, you don't really have any issues with the non-poison immunes. Like, I'm running around and I'm just absolutely demolishing the non-poison immunes. It doesn't even really matter. The only issues that I have seem to come into play when I actually find the poison immunes. Those are the ones where things start to go bad. So having the negative enemy poison resistance, I think, is better in those scenarios. Like right here, I just came across these black raptors that are immune to poison. They got broken by the lower resistance, and then I threw one javelin at them and they just melted. Of course, it's not reliable, is it? I mean, there you go. And now it procced. I mean, if you were farming somewhere that wasn't hell difficulty, like if you were farming in nightmare difficulty or normal difficulty, or you were fighting, I don't know, in PvP, I'm not really sure. There's all sorts of different scenarios. A reliable form of low resistance, though, would be super handy with this build. The plagues I can see are not like guaranteed. They're not like that reliable to the point of, hey, I can always count on them to proc. It's more of like a random event when it comes to the mercenary.
When it happens, it's nice.
I mean, as a melee character, I think you find more often than not that you'll have it go off all the time. Like when I play my paladin, like it's almost always up. But I don't know what's going on with him. He doesn't seem to get hit like anywhere nearly as much as I do on my paladin. Character would be like an absolutely troll. Like PvP character. You just walk out, throw a javelin, and then walk back in. You don't even care. Anybody that walks through the cloud, just immediately it's 1 HP. Conviction doesn't bring down poison resistance. That's the one element that conviction doesn't touch. It's only fire, lightning, and ice. So conviction wouldn't do anything for this build. And as far as like how many poison immunes can be broken, it seems like most of them end up getting broken. Unlike fire, lightning, and ice, there's no poison enchanted, which is a 75% extra poison resistance added to the target. There's also very few monsters that have like resistances above the point where they're unbreakable. And, I mean, for the most part, I think you'll find that most monsters will break when it comes to poison resistance. And that's why the negative enemy poison resistance comes into play so much. Because at that point, you're dealing with, can I bring their resistance down low enough to actually make it something that I can kill? Because 90%, I mean, if we just ran the numbers right now, my Plague Javelin is 96,000, right? So I could just pull up a calculator and I could go, okay, well, what if I break the resistance on a monster that's immune? So the monster is now 95% resistant to poison, right? So 96,000 damage minus 95% means that I'm only doing 4,800 damage to that target. 4,800 damage is probably not enough to kill anything in hell difficulty, especially when it comes to poison, because poison is one of those elements that just doesn't do well unless it's like a massive, ridiculous number.
To give you an idea, hell cows naturally have about 35,000 life.
Yeah, so 4,800 is going to do next to nothing to a monster that's just been broken by lower resistance. And then the other monsters that are close to immune to poison, they're definitely going to need a fair bit amount of negative resistance. But just to give you an idea, right now we're running negative 20 on the shield, we're running negative 20 on the armor, right? So we have a total of negative 40% enemy poison resistance. Negative 40% enemy poison resistance changes that equation drastically. So the same exact equation where we have a monster that is 95% resistant, well, you subtract 40% from that, and now they're only 55% resistant, and then you hit them with that same 96,000 damage attack, but instead of being negative 95%, now it's negative 55%. And so now we're dishing out 43,200 damage because of that negative enemy poison resistance that we have. So the more negative enemy poison resistance we've got, the better our damage is going to be versus those monsters that are normally, very poison resistant. Death's Web also works as well. I've heard people use it for swaps. So you basically like put it on your other hand. You throw your poison javelin and then you swap quickly to the D-Web so that when the javelin hits, it applies the negative 50% along with your other negative percentages. So you can get both negative percentages at the same time. If you were able to bring a monster down to 0% resistance or even lower than 0%, they would start taking positive numbers. So that's where things get really interesting, because if you have things like lower resistance, let me pull up lower resistance real quick so I can get the right numbers. So we have level 12 lower resistance on the sword, right? So lower resistance on the sword is negative, what is that, 54%? 58%. So negative 58% from the lower resistance curse, right? So we have 40% and the curse is 58%, which means we have a total of 58 plus 40% is 98% negative. So as long as the monster's not immune, and this is important because if the monster is immune, then the lower resist gets a penalty. It gets a 20% effectiveness penalty. But if the monster is not immune with lower resistance and the negative resistance up, the monster effectively has a resistance of 2%, which is nothing. So we basically get our full damage on the target most of the time. Bringing him down any lower than that would require some pretty crazy pieces of equipment. Oh yeah, we also have 2 in the helmet. I almost forgot about the 2 in the helmet. So we're at 50%, not 40%. So add another 10% onto that, which is going to get us to negative 8%. So any monster that's not immune, that is like 99% resistant, would be at negative 8%. The Quill Rat is not with me because Cody the monster dog is with me. Every time I bring Cody up here, the Chinchilla gets left downstairs. I don't want to risk any kind of incident between the two. Last thing I want is to find a chewed up chinchilla tail somewhere. I don't know. Do you have dogs with your flying squirrels? Probably not, right? They do parkour to get away. Not sure if I would trust that. I feel like the dog would jump up in the air and like grab the flying squirrel or something. They love each other. I'm not really sure what to think about my my Mr. Cody and Mr. Nimoy. They do seem to be protective, or my dog does seem to be protective of the chinchilla, because when the cats try and climb up on the cage, he usually bops them and kind of knocks them down. So I'm not really 100% sure. But then at the same time, he'll just stand there and stare at the chinchilla and just like bark at the cage for like an hour and a half. I wouldn't trust it. Chinchillas have that like deer in headlights kind of thing sometimes that well, deer have. Sometimes they get to the point where they're just like, they just kind of stand there and they just And they just look stupid. I mean, granted, he's really fast, don't get me wrong, but I don't think I would trust him to run around with the dog now. The poison charms probably would work with the initial hit, but not with the poison damage. So you notice how Plague Javelin has two numbers here. It has a 1,146 to 1,712, and then it has the 96k to 96k written below it. So the poison charms and stuff would probably add to the poison damage, or the 1,000, but not the 96,000. I mean, I don't really think it would stack very well. I don't really think it would work very well either.
If Venom is procced, it should stack.
I mean, as you can see, it has an initial hit, so when the javelin actually strikes the target, it does either hit him or go through the target. That's the physical damage being applied, and I guess whatever elemental damage I have at that particular point. When they go through a tragedy, it spawns a new cloud of poison. How does it do that? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis?
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, when it pierces through and hits multiple targets. I mean, I try to have it pierce through as many targets as I can, but it doesn't always work out that way. I've also noticed that it doesn't have a very long reach. Like, it's actually kind of a very short range for some reason. It's much shorter than, like, your regular javelin toss. Like, I feel like we need to explore this real quick just for fun.
It is extremely short.
Let me go to. I'm trying to think of a good place that has like good markers where we can figure this out. I think Canyon of the Magi has some pretty good marker kind of like things.
That was almost a good one for you. 3 to Shadow Warrior, 3 to Blade Fury, Feral Claws.
3 to Blade Fury or 3 to Shadow Warrior. You might have to get some money for that one.
3 socket.
And what was the other one? Blade Fury, Shadow Warrior, and what?
That's it. That's it. Just those two. Plus 3 to both.
Is it Eth?
Nope.
That might be a really good Blade Fury call. Alright, so here's a regular javelin. Regular javelin goes to the tree. Pretty far. Poison javelin literally stops right here. It's not even a quarter of the distance. Like I think it's literally about a quarter. I want to say like maybe even less than a quarter. That's really really tiny. What about the other one? What about the one that has the really long duration? Poison javelin. Seems to be a little bit longer, but not that much longer. It is longer. So Plague Javelin goes like no distance whatsoever. It's absolutely tiny. But Poison Javelin goes about twice the distance of Plague Javelin. Reminds you of a chick who can throw ventriloquist farts? That's difficult. It's difficult. Meanwhile, Fury goes off scene. Yeah, freaking Lightning Fury does in fact go off screen by quite a bit. So many poison immunes and so many dead poison immunes. It's actually pretty amazing. Although he just overrode the freaking lower resist on the maggot with his taunt. An issue with using the Act 5 Merc for this. He said, "Boy, you don't get no taunt." I don't know, it's so short range that it's like it's almost a freaking melee skill. That's how short it is. Like you literally got to be like up in the combat like to make it work. I mean, you can kind of hang back just a little bit behind your like Valkyrie and stuff, but for the most part, you're right up there.
I can't carry anymore.
Diablo 4 looks like an MMO so far. That's all I'm going to say. It looks like an MMO, and I can't really tell you whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I feel like MMOs have kind of fallen out of favor in the past maybe like several years. It seems like MMOs are just not really doing so hot anymore. I mean, granted, they're still there and people still play them, but many of them, even the most popular ones, seem to be losing players just massively. So I'm not really sure that going with an MMO style for Diablo 4 is necessarily the best idea. I mean, I've been playing in Players 8 this whole time. And most of the time you won't even touch Players 8 unless you actually have 8 other players with you. Let me switch this back down to Players 1 so that we can have fun just like absolutely demolishing things for no reason.
I am overburdened. It's
That boy was immune to poison too. And that's really what it becomes, Kyle, is like a dedication of your life to a particular game. And it's not necessarily that people aren't willing to dedicate their life to a game, because people have. But like there's something about MMOs in the way that they force you to dedicate your life to the game. It's not something that you have a choice about. No, you either do it or you get nothing. Like they set it up so that like they got daily login rewards, and if you miss a day, you get reset. They got you know, like things that require you to log in every single day to complete reputation rewards. You know, they've got all these various things that are set up so that like you can't take a break even if you wanted to. I remember, because I've played quite a few MMOs, and I remember vividly like there being some particular item that I wanted that was like a, you know, a reward for like a reputation quest, and I needed to log in every single day to get the reputation quests done, because they were dailies. And if I missed a day, that was just another day that it was going to take me to get the item. And like if I wanted it like you know, as soon as humanly possible, like I had to log in every single day, do the 5 quests and log out. Log in every single day, do the 5 quests, log out every day. 5 quests, log out every day. 5 quests, log out. And it took me like a freaking month to get the stupid item. Like 30 days straight of just every day I've got to log in and every day I've got to freaking do the stupid quest, and every day, like if I don't, well then that's just another day it's going to take me to get the item later. That's the kind of stuff that really turned me off of MMOs, like in general. Like I get it. You want people to log in. Like, we're not stupid. You want people to log in because if they don't log in, then you don't have like a daily player count and the game feels like a ghost town because people aren't there. But you got to come up with better ways to get people to log in than just simply dailies. I think dailies are like one of the worst inventions known to man. And then they started with that like daily login rewards. That was another way that they started to try and get people to log in every day. Then they started making these like timed events. The timed events were basically where you couldn't get the item unless you did the quest every single day, and the timed event was only like 12 days. And you needed like 10 coins, and you could only get 1 coin a day. So you could miss 2 days of the 12-day event, but if you missed any more than that, you just couldn't get the item. It just wasn't something that you could obtain.
And then they never put it back in the game again, so that's the one and only chance you have to get that item.
Exactly. So you have to log in for 10 days during the event, or else, basically. And the or else is you don't get the item, and you never get the item. And that kind of stuff is I think one of the reasons why people just kind of fell out of love with MMOs. Like, there's nothing worse than logging into a game that you have fun playing for a reason that doesn't have anything to do with having fun. I mean, you're basically in a nutshell. You're just like, oh, okay, well, I have to log into this game whether I want to or not. Like, even if I don't feel like it, even if I'm not in the mood, you know, I've got to do this. And then when you log in, you don't log in with this excitement of, you know, hey, I'm going to have fun playing a game today. You know, let's get my beer, let's get my chips. I got my pork rinds over here. You know, let's snack out, munch out, veg out, and have fun on a game. No, it's let's get this over as quick as possible because I don't want to be here.
One of my favorites. I went on vacation for a couple weeks, and while I was gone for 2 weeks, this happened, and I just missed out.
Oh, that's the worst. Like a timed event that you didn't even know existed, and then when you get back,
Yes.
everybody's got this shiny new item in their hand, and you don't.
And you never will.
Now, there were some MMO things that I did enjoy, that I definitely think should be in video games. So Lord of the Rings Online did these anniversary gift boxes. And basically what they were is like how long you'd been playing the game. Like on the day of the anniversary of like your yearly anniversary, so it was different for everybody. You would just have a box, a little gift box appear in your inventory. And it would have something special, something unique in it that that nobody else had, unless they also had been playing the game for, you know, like 10 years or 7 years or whatever the milestone was. And of course, you know, if you were a brand new player, you could log in and you could, you know, once you've been player for a year, you would get the yearly gift. But meanwhile, that guy over there that had been playing since like the beginning of beta, he's got like the year 10 gift, and the year 10 gift is usually something really awesome, you know. That was something they started doing in Lord of the Rings, and I thought that was really cool. It wasn't often like anything super amazing, but it might be like a reusable firework that you could shoot off at any time, or, you know, like a cosmetic like cloak or something that you could put on your character that would show off, you know, how long you've been playing the game. You know, there was a lot of really cool things that came out of those little packs, and I think the coolest thing is that when you made a new character, like the new character just had like all of the boxes in his inventory. Of course, they were all like what's the Russian dolls, the Russian nesting dolls. They were basically all, you know, inside of each other. So when you open one box, the other box pops out. and so forth and so on. So it wasn't like too bad. And World of Tanks did some very good ones too. World of Tanks would basically like give away free tanks. They weren't exactly the best tanks in the world, but they were often very fun to play. They were premium tanks, and they gave premium credits. I actually usually had a lot of fun playing with those little derpy tanks. And usually all you had to do was log in. That was it. Like just one time on the, on like the anniversary or something, or somewhere near the anniversary. I think they would even give like a month-long like time frame. As long as you logged in like sometime within this month, like it would just appear in your inventory. These are unbreakable. These gloom jewels, they're unbreakably poison immune. I can't, even with the lower resistance on them, they're still immune to the poison.
That's Blood Spirit. Roll 2 to Tornado, 2 to Shockwave, and 2 to Solar Creeper.
I mean, I could just throw regular javelins at his face. Wrong one. That was pretty easy, actually. What are the other things that MMOs did that were kind of like scummy tactics? I'm trying to think of them off the top of my head. Final Fantasy XI had some tactics, but they actually weren't that bad. Dynamis, which was a special event that you could do, was a raid event. Dynamis was restricted to once a week, which honestly wasn't even that bad because the rewards from Dynamis were usually pretty good. But I think there's definitely some of us who probably would have wanted to do it more than once a week. So I think that could be considered kind of a crappy, like, MMO thing. I mean, I get it. They want to, like, stretch things out. I mean, it makes sense. But only being able to do the raid once a week makes it a little bit difficult to actually farm your equipment.
Just so they can say they have this many weekly logins.
It was a really fun event, though. I wish there was something like Dynamis in this game, actually. Dynamis was... I'm trying to think of how to easily explain Dynamis for those of you who've never played Final Fantasy XI. So Dynamis was an alternate dimension where we lost. So instead of a dimension where, we save the day, it was the dimension where everybody's like worst fears came to pass. The monsters took over the towns. The bad guy won. The good people of the earth got corrupted, and so forth and so on. And the cities are in ruins, or they're taken over completely by like the evil people or the evil monsters or demons or undead or whatever. And so in Dynamis, you basically go with an entire like raid of people to raid the evil realms of the basically the bad side of the world, essentially. And the really cool thing about this is that when you get there, like, the monsters are way stronger, like, in general. So they've been taking their vitamins, so to speak. They've got their beefed up juice pills. But the other thing is that the free peoples of the world, like, because you're talking about like all the people in the entire world, had tried their best to fight against the oncoming onslaught, and in the process they had created equipment and magical items that were far superior to anything that existed in your world, because they were creating items of such ridiculous power to fight against basically the apocalypse. And they failed, of course, because that's the story of the Dynamis world, is that they failed. But when you find their items that they created, their items are amazing. Like, their items are way better than yours ever were. And so that's the whole gist behind the Dynamis, is that you're trying to find the items of power that they created, and some of the things that they created were just amazing. And so everybody wanted these Dynamis items. They wanted the Dynamis pieces because they were just freaking awesome. Now, these guys are immune to poison. Come on, get some lower res proc in there, sir. Oh, there you go. Oh, they didn't break. So the Venom Lords don't break. That's interesting. So even with the lower resistance from the Plague Swords, the Venom Lords won't break. Another little tidbit of information. So you're going to have some way around the Venom Lords. Get in here and melee him. Oh, he's stone skinned too. He's stone skin. You get the skin of the stone. Now, you're not immune to poison. What do you think, Listerine? Hey, Listerine, I turned you green. Listerine, I turned his blood green. You guys ever look at the non-colored Listerine, the one that's on the shelf? It's like, it looks like it's like a doo-doo color. It's like doo-doo brown. I don't think I've ever actually bought that one because I've always in my head, I'm like, I don't want the doo-doo brown one. Like, it would probably taste fine, but I don't want the doo-doo brown one. Give me the green one or the blue one. Like, dye that one some other color besides the doo-doo brown. Look like I'm drinking swamp water. I don't know. I'm gonna say this character is a success. You could very easily build her. I feel like there's definitely budget options. She works extremely well. She probably levels extremely easily because the poison immunes, I think, don't even start until hell difficulty. So you could probably very easily play through a poison javelin from like normal difficulty up to nightmare, and then once you get to hell difficulty, you know, you're going to have a little bit of an issue with the poison immunes. But I don't even think the poison immunes really even start full-fledged until like Act 2. Trying to think what monsters in Act 1 are really poison immune. Maybe the zombies. Let's go check that out real quick, just to kind of get an idea. Let's go look at the zombos. Zombos. Roll them over, zombos. Roll them over, zombos. Roll them over, zombos. Let's check the Den of Evil, shall we? The Den of Evil. And Dariel's not poison immune. She is poison resistant, and you will have some trouble dishing out damage to her, but you will not. But you will dish damage to her with poison. But no bosses are immune to anything. Oh, speaking of MMOs, scummy tactics, I've got one for you. And this is, I think, probably one of the worst ones, and probably one of the reasons why I stopped playing MMOs. And that is the taking away all of your equipment. I've never understood why MMOs do this. I don't feel like it's necessary. Whenever an expansion pack comes out or something like that, they basically just make all of your equipment absolutely, you know, garbage, right? So they increase the level cap and all your equipment becomes garbage. Final Fantasy 11 didn't do that. Final Fantasy 11 had a completely different system where the items were valuable far beyond their level because they had specific effects that made them valuable. And they didn't go through the process of neutering any item and making it worthless. In fact, in Final Fantasy XI, oftentimes some of the lower level items would end up being the best pieces of equipment that you could put on your character even after expansions came out. Dennis Thomas, yes, the character is working beautifully. I honestly am having absolutely no trouble whatsoever. That's why we're chatting about other things while I'm mercilessly slaughtering everything. I feel like they really have to get out of the mentality of this piece of equipment needs to be replaced. They need to use the horse and the carrot technique. The horse and the carrot technique is what Final Fantasy XI did. Final Fantasy XI didn't replace your item and make your item worthless. What they did is they introduced a new item with new statistics that was an alternative to the one that you had on that would make you go, I wonder if I could work that into my build. And in doing so, they encouraged people to try and hunt down these items that were, going to be something that they wouldn't like in their particular build. And, there were items in Final Fantasy XI online that literally were like level 5 items, level 10 items that people absolutely freaking loved to use. Whereas, if you played World of Warcraft, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, let me check and see what the what my eye level on my gear is, because if my eye level on my gear isn't high enough, then I can't do this dungeon. Well, my average eye level is 105, and the dungeon is 115, so I can't go in. I'm just not strong enough.
Fine, let me go in and die. I don't care if I'm strong enough.
Did you just immediately fall to the ground? There was actually a mechanic like that in Lord of the Rings Online. Lord of the Rings Online had these specific pieces of equipment that you had to obtain that had a mechanic called Radiance on them. And in the game, they also had a mechanic called basically the Eye of Sauron. It was like the encroaching doom. And basically, when you were in certain areas with certain monsters, the monsters just had like this aura of evil about them that was so strong that if you didn't have the Radiance equipment on, like, you would start losing stats. So like if you were 1 under like the amount of Radiance required, like, you would lose like 10% of your HP and like 10% of your mana. And then if you were like 2 under, it was like 30%. If you were like 4 under, it was like 50%. And if you didn't have enough, if you were like at the maximum, like, it was like 99% of like all your life and mana was just gone. And it would just be replaced by this like evil fire of death eyeball from like the Lord of the Rings movie. And so like you couldn't go into the dungeons unless you had enough Radiance to actually like counteract like the evil eye of Sauron or whatever. So it was a gate system basically, but it was a very interesting gate system. And you could, like, there were items in the game, like consumable items that would like, what's that thing that Galadriel gave Frodo, the light of Elendil? She said it was the light of Elendil to be your light when all of the lights go out. Like, they had stuff like that in the game that was like also supposed to like light your darkest hour, so to speak, and you could use them, and they would give you like a temporary like anti-doom effect. And so like a lot of the times we would have people in the raid who just weren't high enough in Radiance to do the raid, but we would have like all these godlike shining light items, and we would just be like, all right, everybody group up and get your buffs, and be like, all right, symbol of hope, all right, light of Elendil, light of Bartholomew. It was like, and then they would finally have like just enough where they could do the raid. But then like one of them buffs would wear off in the middle of the battle, and you would see the person's HP just like drop to 50%. And they're like, quick, somebody use another token of hope. Meanwhile, somebody somewhere was complaining about how much they cost. Like, do you know how much these cost? We can't just be spamming these, okay? We gotta complete this dungeon fast. These are like 10 golds a stack.
Good day.
10 golds a stack. I mean, take the itemization in Diablo 2. Like, let's look at Diablo 2. We're playing Diablo 2, right? So Diablo 4 is supposed to be an MMO that's going to be based on the Diablo franchise. The itemization in Diablo 2 is freaking amazing. Like, there are items that are low-level items that you still use even at high levels. You have a level 99 character and you're still using Mage Fists. Why are you still using Mage Fists? Why, if this was an MMO, they would have replaced Mage Fists with something else by now. Oh, Mage Fist isn't a high enough eye level. That's only an eye level 5 item. You can't use that in the raid. You got to use these other gloves of eye level 67. But we're over here in Diablo 2, we're using freaking like level 20 gloves. We're using rings that are level 20. Isn't a Soj, what is it, like level 25 or something like that? Ravenfrost is level 45. It's a relatively low level item. Bolcathos Wedding Band is level 58. I mean, like, a lot of the items in Diablo are actually like pretty low level pieces of equipment that you can very easily work into builds. Tons and tons of items in Diablo are like that, where no matter what level your character gets to, they're still useful. And then on top of that, they also give you the ability to upgrade them, basically, to increase their tier. So, like, the Titans can be upgraded to the matriarchal javelins. You could upgrade your armor, your boots, your belts, and everything like that to get more defense out of them and stuff. But like, this is the kind of itemization I enjoy. I enjoy itemization where every item has a use and every item has a purpose, no matter what level it is. Where literally a max level character with God gear might have like a level 20 item on their character because that level 20 item is the best in slot for their character. And MMOs went the entire other direction, and they were just like, all that equipment that you got like in 95% of the game up till now, yeah, it's all garbage, throw it in the trash. Right in the trash. Just throw it right in the trash. You know what? Actually, we're gonna do it for you. We're just gonna. Yep, your character's naked. That's it. That gear was garbage anyway. You're better off naked. That gear is so bad. You're better off naked. Yeah, 40% MF magical rings are pretty amazing. They're pretty rare too, though. You don't really come by those too often.
They're very expensive as well.
If you ever find one, definitely hang on to it. Definitely.
Find one, sell it for a burr, and just use a 30 Nagel. 10%'s not gonna make or break you, but a burr is a burr.
Honestly, I wouldn't even really use a 40% magic find ring anyway. I would rather have a 20% rare ring with some good effects.
Exactly.
I mean, your choices are basically a Nagel with 30%, a 40% magic, or a really good rare ring with like 20% magic find. And I feel like a really good rare ring with 20% magic find like wins over both of those options any day of the week. And the reason is because you can wear two of them. You can get 40% magic find from two of them, and then you can actually have really nice effects on both of those rings. Whereas if you wear two 40% magic find rings, you're basically just got no stats from either one of your ring slots. I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to Diablo 4 because I definitely want to play it, but I'm just hoping that they don't go some stupid route and make it into a garbage tier game.
I don't think they can afford to. I think if they do, I think that'll probably be them going under.
I mean, let's look at that. There was an article where they talked about what they had envisioned for Diablo 4, right? So let's look at that article real quick. There was a little tidbit in here. It wasn't very long, but it was enough that literally you could get a very good idea of how they wanted the game to be like represented. Let's see here. Where was it written? Where was it written? Let's try just typing in II and see if that pulls something up, because they definitely did talk about Diablo 2 specifically. Or let's do Diablo 3, because I know they talked about Diablo 3 as well. Maybe it wasn't this news article. They had so many news articles in like a short period of time. It's a little difficult to always get a good idea. I mean, I have no doubt a lot of people are probably going to play Diablo 4, whether it's a good game or not. And I hate that. I really do hate that about video games these days. It doesn't matter whether it's a good game or not. It doesn't matter whether there's a better game sitting on the shelf that is like better by miles than that game that they're playing. Like a lot of the times, if a company's big enough and they have enough, you know, like pull with the community, their game will get players, even if the game is garbage. Like, it's got to be really, it's got to be really bad for them not to get any players at all. Like, really, really, really bad. One of your friends is playing Marvel Avengers, and you're just like, dude, why? I mean, he just might really like Marvel. I mean, I can understand that from a certain perspective, because if you're really a big fan of like a comic book series or like an anime, sometimes you just consume all content that has to do with that particular like genre, just in general, because not because you generally think that it's a good thing, but just simply because like you just enjoy that comic book series so much that you'll consume anything based on it. And I mean, that's just kind of how it works with like fandom kind of stuff. Like if you're a fan of a particular thing, I feel like Assassin's Creed falls right into that category. Like some people are just really really big fans of Assassin's Creed, and no matter how bad the games get, they don't really care. Like they're just gonna keep on keeping on.
I don't like any of the Assassin's Creed games.
Somebody said, "What do I feel about a game called Undecember?" Undecember is a hack and slash action RPG in which players are able to surpass the conventional limits of skills by endlessly combining variety of skill and link runes, become a rune hunter, and experience the joy of farming and growth. No user reviews. Release date 2022. Doesn't say.
Path of Exile.
Doesn't have an actual date for release. No reviews on record. Doesn't look like there's even any beta reviews or like early access reviews. I mean, just looking at the videos that they have up here, I mean, a lot of these are just like animated movies. Looks a lot like Diablo 4, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, of the little bits of gameplay that they actually show, and there's not a lot, because a lot of this is just CGI animations. But the little bit of gameplay they actually show kind of looks like Diablo 4.
Alright, I'm out. I gotta get ready for work.
Alright, see you, man.
Later.
Combat. They may have edited it out for all I know. I'm sure it's still in my original video, though. I think they did edit it out, because I can't find it anymore. Always makes me mad when I can't find something. I'm over here just like, I know it exists. I know it exists. You can't tell me it doesn't. You troll. Oh, man. Anyway, the comment was something along the lines of the combat of Diablo 3, like the visceral darkness of Diablo 1. And I can't remember what they said for Diablo 2. Diablo 2, that's actually why I was trying to pull it up, because they had a specific comment about Diablo 2. And they were kind of like, you know, we pulled this from Diablo 2, and that's why we hope Diablo 4 is going to be amazing, because we're pulling like the best bits of every single game, you know, from those games, and we're combining them all together to make, you know, a game that is the best of all three worlds or whatever. And it seems to be missing from the article now, so maybe they edited it out. I've noticed that with these news articles, especially since I've started covering them, I started covering them like all the time. I noticed that they keep like just editing them out. Like every single time they get a chance, they will just edit like little bits of the article here, little bits of the article there. They'll take things out, put things in. And like you go back to the article like maybe like a week or two after it was released, and it's a very different article from the one that What are you chewing on back there, sir? What are you chewing on? Something you're not supposed to, sir? Something you're not supposed to. Always chewing on something. Everything. Always chewing on everything. I ain't never seen a dog chew on everything in his entire life. Everything. Everything. Y'all think I'm joking. He's chewed up several pairs of my shoes. He chewed up a literal glass. I'm not even kidding you. I left a glass cup on the frickin'... And he just chewed it up and crunched it into pieces. Then we left a mug on the desk. It was like a big ceramic cat. And it had like little cat ears on it. And he chewed the whole frickin' ceramic mug up, the cat mug. Just like crunched it into pieces. Chewed up a plastic bowl, like completely destroyed that. Chewed up my freaking hamper. Chewed up my girlfriend's shoes, several of her shoes. Like anything he can get his hands on, he chews up. He don't care. A hairbrush, gone. We had like a little a brush that we used to like comb the fleas out of the cats so that we can like keep up with what's going on with them. Nope, chewed that up too. He even started chewing on the side of the freaking like entertainment center. Like literally the entertainment center, I came in one day and there was just like a big old chew mark in the side of the entertainment center with slobber all over it. It's kind of insane. Like it's it's kind of insane. Pile of coins to sleep on? Why is he a dragon? What's up, Mac Apple? Oh, and did I mention that he also digs into the trash can, which we had to put a big heavy weight on top of the trash can to prevent him from getting into it. And he also goes into the recycling bin and tears up whatever he can. I have to go into he has a little kennel, right? So we don't try and lock him into the kennel at any point, but what we do is we just make the kennel his house so that he knows he can go in there when he's safe. And he's taken to basically like stealing things around the house and putting them in his kennel. So earlier I went into his kennel to like raid his kennel to see what he had in there, what he had stolen. There was a whole can of soda, just completely unopened, no holes in it or anything. He just stole a whole can of soda. I don't know where he got it from, but it was just sitting in his kennel. There was a chewed up Pringles can. There was half of a cardboard container for like the sodas, like the canned sodas. He also had like a hairbrush in there and a bunch of other stuff that wasn't his. And I'm just like pulling out stuff out of his kennel. And he's just like, he's a little freaking hoarder. Just runs around the house grabbing whatever he wants, putting it in his kennel, chewing up whatever he wants. He's a little turd. That's what I got to say. He's a little turd. I call him Turd Face. The other day my girlfriend cracked me up because I was just joking, and I said, "What's up, Turd Face?" And I wasn't even talking to the dog, and she goes, "When you said Turd Face, he raised his head and he looked over at you." Apparently, the dog thinks his name is Turd Face. Hmm. Well, I think we're pretty much done with this character. I don't really think there's anything left to test. She's a success. Absolutely a success. She works in players 1, players 2, players 3, players 4, player 5, player 6, player 7, and players 8. She does extremely well on budget equipment and non-budget equipment. You could very easily be using Crown of Ages with a Spirit Shield and Arcane's Valor, and you could still do just as well, honestly, as the amazing J-Mod armor and freaking like nice circlet with like the just it doesn't even matter. Like the amount of poison damage that she puts out is kind of insane. And for 40-point investment, literally it's only 40-point investment. That's kind of ridiculous. And you can take the rest of your points and put them wherever the hell else you want to put them. I tried out several armors. I mean, you've got several options for armor. You've got a JMod, 4 poison faceted armor, which would definitely work out nicely. You have a Arcane's Valor with a poison facet, also works out very nicely. You've got the Spirit Monarch Shield, which would work out. You could also potentially use a JMod in that place. Instead of a JMod, you could use a Headhunters with 3 poison facets. That could also work. You could use a Crown of Ages with 2 poison facets, or you could use a Harlequin Crest with 1 poison facet, or you could see if you could find yourself like a Circlet with 2 sockets, and you could put 2 poison facets in that. Like, it honestly seems extremely open to interpretation on how you want to build this. You definitely do need Javelin and Spear Skillers. I'll definitely say that. You do need a Nihilist Charm, and you do need a Amazon Torch. But for the most part, it seems like she had no trouble with just about any place. Like, I was running around, and honestly, like, I ran through Players 8 Chaos, had no trouble. I ran through Players 8 Ancient's Way, had no trouble. Ran through Crystalline Passage, had no trouble. I ran through Ancient Tunnels and Lost City, had no trouble. I ran through Stony Tomb, Halls of the Dead, had no trouble in any of those. I even went into Den of Evil and some other places like that to see if I could like find poison immunes that would somehow challenge me. And quite honestly, even the poison immunes I was able to kill relatively easily by using the plague swords with lower resistance. Just kind of walked right through them. I mean, she's a really solid character. She's a very solid character. She does extremely well. They beefed her up a lot recently, and I think it was probably that beefing up that really made her better. I gotta figure out what the hell he was chewing on. He was just chewing on something back there, and it was not his bone. I'll be right back. Ready to go downstairs? Go downstairs. Look who I got. I got Mr. Knees. No, the bosses aren't much trouble because they're never immune to poison. Mr. Knees, look. People wants to see you. They said, where's Mr. Knees? They said, where is the bees? How come he doesn't come see us anymore? I bet they thought you were dead. So I'm not dead. Come here, get some pets. You ready? Pet. Pet. It's a pet. Gotta pet the Mr. Knees. Gonna pet the Mr. Knees. Pet. It's a pet. Mr. Knee pet. We got a pet. Pet Mr. Knees. And then we're gonna rub his tum-tums. Tum-tums. Look at this, look. Black as sin on the backside. Look. White little tum-tum. He got a white little tum-tum on the front. Gets the white little tum-tum. Tum-tum is white. Don't get mad at me. I didn't do nothing to you. Just give you some scroochdus. You want some more scroochdus? She looks really sexy in that Arcane's Valor, though, doesn't she? Mr. Nee, why you always gotta run in my shirt? I don't have no under protection shirt today. Oh, no. There's no under protection in there. I got no undershirt on. You're gonna scratch me up. Don't want you to go in there. You're gonna scratch. I don't want no. I don't want it. No. Principal armor, Dennis. Principal. He's a Godzilla. He the Godzilla, the four-wheeler. Come on down there and get you some Zeelas. Mr. NiNi, what are you doing in there? You just climb in my shirt and just chill. And you're hot. Why you gotta be hot? Why you so hot, Mr. Knees? Why you gotta be so hot? Like 8,000 degrees of magma. Hot little Chinchilla. The hottest. Just hiding in my shirt, just hiding in my shirt, Mr. NiNi, hiding in my shirt, just hiding in my shirt, Mr. Nemo, just hiding in my shirt. He said, I don't want to be seen on the show, put me back or I will go. I should just let him run around the house. That's what I should do. He's a silly little one. He'll run around the whole house. He'll be bouncing all off the walls. He's bouncing off the walls. Superior Sexton Trophy. Ethereal 2-socket Decrepit Blood Golem. Does Cody try and get him? I mean, he jumps up on the cage and stuff. I don't really know if that would be constituted trying to get him. I don't really know quite how to put that. I mean, I am afraid that that may be something that he is trying to do, but I can neither confirm nor deny that he is actually trying to get him. I mean, for all I know, he could just be trying to be friends. But at the same time, dogs are big animals. He's a very large animal, and even if he didn't intend to hurt Mr. Nimoy, he probably could. So, you know, I don't really want to take that chance. Mr. Nimoy has a nice, big, solid cage, which hopefully will protect him. Yeah, she killed Bale solo earlier with the poison. It was very hellacious. She did a very good job. Honestly, it didn't really seem to matter whether she was in Players 1 or Players 8 content. She handled Players 8 content almost the same as she handled Players 1 content. Like, there was almost like no difference. The rate at which she killed things was kind of insane. Took a little while on the bosses. It wasn't really that long, though. I mean, for Players 8, I think her numbers were actually quite good. Diablo's gonna die, Diablo's gonna die, hi ho the Dario, Diablo's gonna die. Not even death can save you from me, but you're gonna die to my mercenary. Look, I'm just gonna stand here, and my mercenary is gonna kill you. Watch. Hands free, my mercenary is gonna kill you. You can't even protect yourself from my mercenary. Like, I won't use a potion every now and then. I don't want to die and lose any EXP. Oh, I accidentally switched auras. Oh, that would definitely hurt things. Need that conviction aura up. Merc, why you stop attacking? Come on, man. Trying to show off your amazingness. I did hit a potion. Well, I don't want to die. All right, so I don't know if I had to hit a potion. Don't get me wrong. I might not have actually had to hit that potion, but if you knew how much EXP I lost if I died, you would understand the fear that went through my mind. The fear that goes through the very heart and soul of me. I knew that day that he was not Tyrael. I'm level 96, on my way to level 97. Yeah. Yeah. Into the heart and soul of me. Swing, swing. Oh, a mythical sword. Some Bolcathos? Hey, Bolcathos Tribal Guardian. That doesn't drop every day. What's up, Chunks? Oh, Chunks is here. He's a mighty fear and going to kill all the monsters here. Oh, let's go forward and embroider everything in sight. We can murder all the stuff and have lots of fun. Look at all my holy bolts, they shoot off everywhere. I got lots of holy bolts, they pop out of my hair. I'm sweating holy goodness as it comes out of my soul. Whee! Whee! Morning from Australia. What? I can't be that late. On the other side of the planet, there is a place called Australia. Most of their country is uninhabitable, and they live close to the bays. Well, I saw a heat map of Australia one time, and I was like, wait a minute. I was like, you guys like all live like right in this one little area, like kind of like around the edges of the map. Bulkathos? Yeah, sure. Give me a second. Ow. Why are you guys being rude? Don't be rude. We don't got deserts all over the place. Got way too much rolling countrysides and all sorts of other things. Bulkathos Tribal Guardian is part of a set, two-piece set. Bulkathos Sacred Charge is the other sword in the set. Bulkathos Sacred Charge has knockback on it, though, which is an issue. No, their spiders eat dogs. Get it correct. Their spiders eat dogs. We got spiders that eat dogs around here. Y'all best be afeared. Y'all best be mighty afeared. Ow. Why you gotta be so rude? Freaking half HP in a half a second. Little turd face. Tolerant! Ooh, Grand Charm. 43 mana Grand Charm. Wow. Only level 29. You know how much easier that would make a low-level playthrough of the game? Plague. An ethereal mighty scepter. Unlimited power. How am I gonna chuck a chippy like that? Chuck a chippy? Do I chuck a hippie? You said, why would I chuck a hippie? I don't chuck hippies. Do you chuck hippies?
Hail to you, champion.
Mr. Knee, I don't know what you're doing in there, but it's I can feel you plotting. I don't know what you're plotting, but it feels very plotting. Okay, I'm going to have to ask you, please, sir, to cease plotting. I can't feel whether or not you've ceased plotting, but I'm sure you're not. Cease all plottage immediately. Is this a hero editor too? No, this is my ladder character. I built him legitimately. Legitimately. How much that barb shield is worth? Kind of curious. Bink, bink, bink. Mr. NiNi. He hides in my shirt. And then he busts out like an alien hurt. And I don't know what to do, because it's actually kind of scary when the evil monster pops out of my chest. People get all freaked out when they watch my videos too. Like I'm talking about an item, and they'll be like, "Hello, guys and gals. Today we're going to be talking about the unique dagger called the Gold Dagger." And then all of a sudden, like he just like pops out of my shirt, and they're like, and then they comment, and they're like, "What the hell was that critter that just crawled out of your shirt?" And I'm like, it's not a critter. That is Mr. Knee. Heckin' knee, thank you. Heckin' knee. I'll take that small champ. Whee! A superior thresher. Ugh. +1 attack rating. Very superior indeed, my boys. Very superior indeed. What's up, Warp Eye the Dead? That's right, you shouldn't have come over here. Because now you're dead. Your mom is dead, and your dog is dead, and your granny's dead, and you got a big head, and your mom's dead, and your granny's dead, and you got a big monster, big ol' head. I don't know what to tell you. Your head is really big and ugly. Such a ugly big old monster head. Could be like Sakura. She got like that big monster head. Big monster forehead.
Like Sakura, your forehead is like really large. Wee, 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 wee.
Hey, alright, get in there then. Ain't nobody told you couldn't go, Mr. Heartface? What you doing in here anyway? Always up to no good. I feel like I'm Treebeard from frickin' Lord of the Rings. And the squirrels always get in places they shouldn't be. Always going where they're not supposed to belong. He's like, ooh. He starts like stamping his foot. Just remembering the squirrels going places they're not supposed to be makes him angry. That's all it takes is just the memory of the event. Dang, you super dead. I don't even think you survived a half a second. Congratulations. Got a ripsaw. Ripsaw flamberge.
Greetings.
A +2 Sork, +2 Blaze, +1 T-Storm. Could be an interesting off-weapon buff stick, just to give yourself T-Storm and Blaze. Not really much use outside of T-Storm Blaze buffage. Ripsaw is kind of a crazy, ridiculous item that gives you 80%, literally 80% open wounds. Like, it pretty much guarantees you open wounds. They might have as well have just made it 100%. Like, I think that would have been cooler, just to make it 100%. Like, it's pretty much guaranteed. Old Juvie, don't mind if I do. Want one of those. Put them in the bank and I'll set them to the tank. And let's go down to south of the border, where the machine's not out of order. Oh, actually need a tier rune. Such an improper use of space.
I am overburdened.
The rune of holiness. Oh, y'all so gonna die. Ooh, superior grade Hauberk. Any good? I guess not, since you dropped it back on the ground. 4 sockets, 9% enhanced. It's not bad, actually. It's not bad. Bink. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank is a good band name. I think somebody should make a band called that. 35k in the bank. 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 35k in the tank. 35k in the bank. Merca. A Caduceus. Dang, you fast. You fast, sucker. I want to see it. I want to see it. No, only I am allowed. Oh, wow. That's actually kind of nice. +2 elemental skills? Ah, Listerine, go away. I'm trying to look at an item. +2 elemental skills, +2 volcano, +3 twister. It's kind of an interesting little combination there. Level 30 exactly. That's a low-level dueler item, isn't it? Oh wow, Balrog spear, flying axe. Hey, it's a death brandy stock. I gotta hold on to that. Death brandy stock is the winner of this race. No siree. You can't beat that F brandy stock. I just used that on my character leveling up earlier and freaking demolished. My merc was like unkillable for like literally 50 levels until I replaced it with a obedience. Put it in the bank, put it in the stash, put it in over there on that ash. Don't let nobody see, 'cause they might know exactly where you're gonna put all that snow. River of Flame. I kind of want to just have some fun magic finding, maybe for a little while. The EXP runs are fun and all, and I'm grinding for the rest of my life, but I have a feeling I'm not going to hit 99 this ladder. Not unless I get like a group of people to help me. It's kind of insane to hit level 99. Even more so than I remember. I must have been a little crackhead kid hopped up on sugar and jujubes. Corona. An F Corona. Oh wow. 220. That'd make a good merc helmet. 220 is a lot of defense. Holy butter, cheers. Petrified wand of not very goodness. Petrified wand. It's not very good, but that's okay, 'cause it's all in the hood. We're gonna go kill Diablo. It needs 3 sockets. How would you put in that, though? I did indeed do the plagues on. It's cloud crack. Good luck, cloud crack. I haven't done a video on this one yet. I'm gonna have to eventually. One of these days, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take you down and knock off your hat. Don't tell me what to do, or I might go poo.
Impossible.
I mean, the plague's on, yeah, it does matter. I mean, all the poison damage is affected in that way. So yeah, the more people you have, the more difficult it becomes. But as an Amazon, it's not like you have a giant army of monsters anyway. A War Fist, eh? What's this? Plus 2 Claws of Thunder. I think I already got a Claws of Thunder. Yes, and it has Death Sentry on it. So it's 2 Claws of Thunder with Death Sentry. So this one's... I'll keep this one in reserve until eventually I find something better. I've got a +3 Blades of Ice, a +2 Claws of Thunder, +1 Death Sentry, and a +3 Death Sentry, +1 Charged Bolt Sentry. I mean, ideally I'm looking for something like even better than those, but I'm not like super picky. I'll probably make it here eventually. Obviously, cham runes don't grow on trees, but you know we could always go farm a little bit of Arcane Sanctuary, see if we can get a cham rune to drop. Shoo-doo-doo. I actually had a build planned for Cloudcrack. Jin. Believe it or not, I actually had a build around it. I have builds around just about everything, and Cloudcrack is definitely an interesting one. There's a very specific build that I have in mind. It's actually part of the Godzilla branch. What if there was a key in the chest? A sham in the chest? I guess I missed it, because I don't have any keys. About to go buy some damn keys, though. There, get out of my way! Alright, none of y'all, get out of my way. I'll get on, never die. I do have a Vex and a Gull. Need a Vex and a Gull? It's almost as if you can see my inventory. They're watching me. Did you know that, Mr. Nee? They're watching me! How dare they watch me? Actually, I'm broadcasting this live. My bad.
I can't carry anymore.
I do need a cham. And I do have a Vex and a Gull.
Good day.
Look at my bot spamming my item pack for everybody to see. Good bot. That's a good bot. Do your job. Good boy. He gonna do good boy job boy. Yeah. He do the job. A job. Oh, no. A job. Bon, a job. Bon, bon. Superior Cantor Trophy. Ooh, nothing on it. Ooh. Ooh, a Tomb Wand. Oh, wow. Oh, it's actually good. It rolled +2 Necromancer skills with +3 to Blood Golem, +2 to Bone Spirit, plus 18 energy and 70 mana. That's a lot of freaking energy. And then fire resistance 5%. I have no idea why. You could also socket it. You could throw something else in there. Like a 15 all-res jewel. That's actually pretty nice. That's actually not bad. It's only level 42 as well. Only level 42. Oh man, line up. Mr. Nate, can you stay out of there, please? I don't got an undershirt on, and you making me itchy. No. He said, "Look here, I'm coming in. Whether you want me to or not." Colossus crossbow. Freaking hell rack. I don't know what to do with that thing. That thing's weird. When I get to that bow on my unique item list, so that's going to be a fun one to play around with. I really don't know what to do with that thing. Mr. Nee, I said no. I was looking at you sideways. I said no. Only I had something to put in there that he could sit on. Like a, I don't know, something. Like maybe a paper towel or something. I don't think that's clean. What's up, Chad? What's up, Game Jinx? Look at Chad with his little Chad and Games Jinx with their little emotes next to their names. With their little emotes. Gull and Vex for Cham. Okay, good. Gus Cham. Gus You love my commercials? What commercials? I got commercials? The Godzilla will work with a bow. However, the way that I tested it with a bow was high piercing damage. So the more piercing damage I had, the better. The general gist of the build was essentially like 100% pierce. So something like a mist bow. Using fanaticism on your person. And then you fire off attacks. No. I fight you. No, I say no. You not go in. No. See, look, you want to go in, but you not go. He said, don't tell me what to do. Here, how about a really uncomfortable plastic bag? How about this? Here, hold on. Ugh. There you go. Go in there. Go in there now. Tell me what you think of that. What do you think of that really uncomfortable plastic bag in there? What do you think of that? A shield against Chinchilla woes. That's right. Get in there and sit. Sit. Sit in your little plastic bag. What? Ha. Ha. mean, we could talk about Hellrack for a second. Did I throw it on the ground? I think I just left it, right? The problem with Hellrack is that it's really slow. And it doesn't really have anything special on it to make it, like, useful. It just doesn't really have a whole lot of anything. I mean, it does have a moderate amount of elemental damage, but it's not enough. Like, it's not enough elemental damage. It needs more elemental damage. And it only has, like, the bare minimum. 340 elemental damage, even though it's 3 different elements, isn't really enough, like, in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's not a lot, especially when you start factoring in resistances and all that other stuff. Pyong, 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 pyong. Pyong, 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 pyong. Pyong. Pyong, 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 pyong. Pyong, pyong. Oh, ow. Painful. Had to use a juvie there. It's not necessarily that bows need a buff. It's that bows got nerfed. Amazon used to be the queen of the game. Like, literally everybody wanted to be a freaking Amazon. Amazons were better damage than, like, pretty much all the characters in the game. And, they nerfed the ever-loving crap out of the Amazons, like, into the freaking Stone Age. And then nobody wanted to ever play the Bozon again. If you were to undo the nerf that they did, if you were to undo that nerf, the Amazons would just be the queens of the universe again. Be like,
Have the power. Have the power. Yeah.
what are you doing? What are you doing, Mr. Nimoy?
Stop. Stop it.
You don't like the plastic bag. Okay, I knew you weren't going to like the plastic bag. I put it in there anyway. You do real bad thing. He did a real bad thing. Do 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 do. I gotta stop now for copyright reasons. Stop trying to invade my shirt. Cold Mastery and Fireball. I do real bad thing. I do real bad stuff. I do real bad thing and stuff, and I do real bad thing and stuff and stuff. Do it, I bad it, it's all real bad. I'm gonna go out and have a bag, and I don't really care about your hag. Come on back and you give you some lag. Mr. NiNi doesn't go in the shirt. You don't get to go nowhere. But you're not gonna tell me what to do. It's I'll sneak in there while you're not paying attention. Hey, it's a Jav skiller. You still need any Jav skillers? It's also a Diablo. It's also a Diablo charm. It's a Jav skiller and a Diablo charm.
Hail to you, champion.
Ah, we'll give it to Chunks then. Give it to Sweat his mom? Oh no. Sweat his mom?
Yo, mama is so beautiful.
Your mama, your daddy, your greasy granny. Your mama, your daddy, gonna spank that fanny. We tried so hard, but you never understand. Your mama, your daddy, your greasy granny. Your dog, your cat, and that is where it's at. Your lizard, your spider. I think you're gonna have to fight her. Yeah, +1 light radius, my boys. Them gloves glow in your hands. The magical power of the ages. What does it do? Ah, it glows in the dark. Wee. 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 Ooh, a ghost spear. Oh, it's not an ethereal. It's not ethereal. It's not ethereal. What the hell's going on down here? Leave my merc alone. I sound like Gru on Despicable at times. I make all sorts of voices, man. Like, all kinds of voices. Like, Monday at the Hampton Coliseum. I always remember when I used to watch Full House. And, what was his name on Full House? Can't remember his name. The guy who did all the voices. He even did, like, the Chipmunk and all the other stuff. I used to love watching those guys. Ah, double key drop from Neelathak. Those are pretty rare, but always fun when they happen. Was it Joey? I thought Joey was the biker guy. See, now I totally don't even know. Cast of Full House. What the hell was the biker guy's name? Jesse. Oh, okay. Jesse and Joey. Alright. 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 I want to be the very worst, the most terrible there ever was. To make everyone cry and lament that they ever asked me to help. I will travel across the land, breaking everything. Never ask me for help, 'cause I'm the worst one and I sing. Do not worry about a thing. I always fail. I even fail at failing too. So that's the only time I succeed. There was a time I fell down a hole and I failed to hit the bottom. Because I fail at everything, including my own death. Wow, nice. 414 Breath of the Dying is some sexy stuff, Seven Bowls. But the real question is, what is in the 7 bowls? Okay, we can't just have 7 bowls. What is in the 7 bowls? Do we got ramen in the bowls? Is it cereal? Do we got hamsters in the bowls? Or the bowls filled with hamsters? Shaman King intro? What the hell is the Shaman King intro? I don't even remember. Why is everything not dying? Did I switch weapon sets? No. Assorted cereals? So we don't even get to know what kind? Like, it could be just like Fruit Loops and Fruity Pebbles and like Wheaties and like Cookie Crisp. I mean, could be anything, huh? Just assorted cereals. You got to be like Sheldon on Big Bang Theory, and you have to arrange your cereals by fiber content. Captain Ganja.
I am overburdened.
Whee! And a kilt? Why do I have a kilt? What is going on in chat that I need a kilt for? What is going on in chat that I need kilt? What? Here, take this kilt. There's no time to explain. Sorry, I guess. I mean,
I can't carry any.
okay. Okay, I got the kilt on. What are we doing? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to see you in a kilt. Gandalf blue smoke rings. So can we talk about for a second that that Gandalf was a slacker? Can we talk about the fact that he was a slacker? So like Gandalf had a lot of things that he did, right? But he knew all about what was going on in Middle Earth. He knew there were things that needed to be done. He knew that he was needed, and that he needed to go check on things and read books and find out the secrets of the mysteries of the world, right? And where was he? He was in the Shire shooting off fireworks. Okay, he was a slacker. Okay, but his slacking is what led him to the ring. He slacked his way to victory, okay? Let that be a lesson to all you guys, that even the most diligent and active angels of the Vyar, right, need a little bit of downtime, and sometimes that downtime will lead you to the ring of power, okay? Just miraculously. Like, how did you find the Ring of Power? Oh, well, years of study and knowledge and prediction of where potentially the ring could have fallen, and where Isildur died, and the river currents, and how the, individual tadpoles in the river swam, and what direction the wind blew, and eventually I found out exactly where it was hiding. How did you find it? Well, I was just kind of smoking pipe weed, and turned out one of my hobbit friends had found it. And I didn't really actually know until he put it on and turned invisible, but I suspected. Suspected where it was, yes. It's like, so you didn't really, you just kind of just got lucky. It's basically what we're saying here. You just kind of locked in. It's like no skill involved at all. Ow. Ooh, a superior ghost spear. Oh, it's not F. 4-socket superior ghost spear, 13% enhanced. Can't put insight in there because it doesn't go in spears. 4-socket. What the hell could you even put in there? My brain is drawing a blank. Pride. Be an interesting base for a pride. Two large charms from the same 2 jank. What we got? +2 min, +2 dex, 130 lightning. Poopies. All both poopies. They some poopy little janks, and I put them in the banks, and I didn't really want them anyway. Cause they the poopy little janks, nobody really cared. Gotta put them in the bank anyway. Plague Javelin. Movie 1, walking. Movie 2, walking. Movie 3, drops ring of lava. Hey, There was some stuff in between all the walking, okay? Will you stop trying to go in my shirt? I don't have a comfy spot in there for you today. It is not a lovely sandwich tent between two shirts. It is naked flesh in there, and you are not very nice to my naked flesh. You mean and you claw and you bite. You nibble on me, I'll nibble on you. How about that? You want me to nibble on you? I'm gonna nibble on your ear. Come here, give me an ear. I'm gonna nibble on it. What do you think of that? That's right. Not fun. He's mad at me now. He's making squonky noises. He said, "You did you just try to eat me?" He said, "That is very rude." Friends do not eat friends. Friends do not eat friends. Just my mere presence of inventory. Conviction aura is so amazing. Eh. Eh. Eh, 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 eh. The bone hat makes him look awfully sinister. Yeah, so sinister. Ooh, ethereal cryptic sword.
Yoink, 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 steal everything. Yoink, 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 steal everything and run. Yoink, 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 steal it all and run. Yoink, 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 yoink.
Steal everything and run. Oh, Ravenfrost. Oh, not a very good ethereal cryptic sword. Boo. 27 mana, Serpent's Charm. Boo. What's whose name again? This guy? This guy's name right here? This little monster thing? This little rodent? This little rodent? Watch this. You want to see helicopter blades? Watch. His name is Mr. Nimoy, also known as Mr. NiNi. Or Mr. Knee. He's named after Leonard Nimoy, Spock. Leonard Nimoy. You got a Jack Russell Terrier named Loon.
Pew, 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 pew. I need to change these. Mr. Nee, what's the matter? You're making a whole lot of noises. Are you mad at me because I played with you and made you do the helicopter tail? You don't want to do the helicopter tail. You don't have to do the helicopter tail. So I don't like to do the helicopter tail. It's mean. Oh, hello there, Blight Howler. Demon Cursed Spectral Hit Lightning Enchanted. Dead. Wee! Oh. Hit a rock. Wee! 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 One to minimum damage. Don't you be cursing people, alright? That's rude. A superior bone knife. With one whole socket. Mr. Nee, do you want to go run around the room? Do you want to go play? Oh, Lord. It's destroyed my mercenary. What's up, Pat, in the chat? How's it going, buddy? Gonna go grab my Mercenary. Gonna go grab my Mercenary, 'cause I like to have him around. Hey, got some gore riders? Nice. Always a good find, always a good find. I'm thinking about this Claws of Thunder Claw. I think it would make a pretty good plague. I'm gonna go ahead and make it. And we're gonna play around with it. Sham shale shum. Shim shale shum. Shim shale shum 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 shum. Cham. Shale. That's an rune. We only got +1 skills, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Let's go get my assassin. Come on, Jean Grey. We got some work to do now. We got some work to do now. You got a plague weapon and you're going to use it to kill some stuff. That's a fact. And you're gonna get your nice lower resistance. That's a fact. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you when I can't equip my monarch shield? Do-do-do-dee-dee-dee-doo.
Use this yet.
Don't need you anyway. You poopy shield.
I was actually thinking about switching over to a spirit. The Phoenix was interesting, but I just don't know if it was really worth it. Oh yeah, I remember. Hold on. I remembered something importante. Muy importante. I gotta give her the Annie. Without the Annie, she can't work the gear. That's why she can't equip the shield. I remembered. You're lactose intolerant? Maybe you shouldn't drink all that milk. Nobody said you gotta drink the milk, man. Nobody said you gotta drink the milk. Nobody said you gotta drink all that milk. Nobody said you needed to go to Skilk. Nobody said you needed to drink all that milk. It's way too much for your jilk. Alright, let's see how this jimma jank be working. Let's see how this jimma jank be working. We got a 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Let's see if I can set something up here so I can cast my death sentries that I now have access to that I didn't have access to before. Let's try this. I love the speed on this thing. It's very nice. Let's go somewhere dangerous. Let's get it dangerous. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Only problem is the Phoenix and the Phoenix and the Death Sentries are in competition with each other. Although it doesn't really seem to make too much of a difference because they still seem to do their job.
Low quality Cantor trophy.
No, I don't have Treachery on. I'm using something else. Plague works so good on this character. Gives me another AoE effect too, which is pretty funny. The poison novas. Freaking AM damage hurts. I mean, she does pretty good here. I wouldn't say she's doing poorly. That's for sure. Freaking merc. My master over here, the warrior, also has my abilities. She's nowhere near as strong as me, but she also starts just like spamming them. What do I want to play first, next ladder? I'm not sure. I really don't want to get locked into anything because I do feel like we might see some new rune words, and if the new rune words line up with any builds that I might have in mind, I might end up picking one of those builds. I mean, there are definitely some very interesting rune words that they could add into the game, and I feel like if they added the right rune words, it could make a lot of people want to come in and test out, you know, specific builds and things like that.
Welcome back.
My principal pally was actually this season. That was what I built this season. That the Godzilla build works really well. It really does. It's not only does it work really well early on, it works really well late in the game as well. All right, I want to try her in Chaos, so I'm going to make the next game. I know we already cleared Chaos on this one. Oh, yeah, I have to actually create it. Sir. Have to actually put pen to paper. Make it all the way down. Wanna go all the way to the fire sanctuary and we're gonna kill everything that's there. Hey yo, hey yo. Can I get her to cast Fade? Will you cast Fade? Are you gonna cast Fade? Ma'am. Ma'am. You gotta be in combat to cast Fade? Let me hear. Come over here. I'm curious if she can cast Fade. Okay, so she'll cast whatever I've got then. Alright. Will you cast Venom? If I put Venom on? She will indeed. Alright. Well, there we go. Maybe that's what I need to do with her. Maybe I need to just, like, make sure she pre-buffs. Makes sense. Pat in the chat with the hat is the bat, and he's gonna hit you in the head. If you keep on making fun of him, he's not gonna stop until you're dead. Ha 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 ha. How you like that for a Dr. Seuss rhyme? Pat in the chat is going to hit you right in the head. If you keep on being mean to him, he's going to keep going till you're dead. Book some studio time. But all my best comes from you guys. I need inspiration. 'Cause I want to be the very best at singing very silly songs. I need to have you guys here so that you can sing along. And I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. And I will find the lyrics that will tickle your insides. You would giggle until you're dead, 'cause that is how I like it. I don't want you guys spreading my jokes around, 'cause they're mine and only mine. Can I sing the Barney song? Alright, let's see. I used to do that one all the time. That was a favorite of mine. I used to do I hate you, you hate me. Let's get together and take a big poo in the fountain by the pier, and we'll look at the people while we're grunting hard, and we'll make some room. I hate you, you hate me. Let's all go down and kick someone in the knee with a great big lollipop sticking in our hand. Then we throw it on the stand. See? See? Perfect. Perfect. My nephew, Eric, who can never live it down, by the way, ever. As long as he lives, he will never live it down. He loved Barney. Oh my god, Barney was his favorite thing in the whole world. He loved Barney. Barney the dinosaur. Every time he'd come over, I would start singing the song just to tease him. Like, I love you, you love me. Let's get together like a great big heat. And he would go, stop! Stop it! I'm like, what's the matter? You love this show. It's your favorite. He goes, stop!
I can't carry anymore.
I don't like that show anymore. Full rune. Full rune of holiness is a full rune. Full rune for the best is a full rune. And I'm coming down and I'm gonna give you a full rune today. We got lots of full runes. Everywhere, all them dang full runes. Oh, you're not immune to cold? Well, I've got something for you, sir. Shwink. Man, why you throw that charm away, Chunks? That was a burly grand charm. And you are a burly dude. That charm was made right for you. We tested it all the way through, and not only does it perform well in players 1, 2, and 3, and 5, and 7, it like freaking demolishes players 8 as if it were players 1. That's how it turned out trustworthy. Demolishes. Like, literally just demolishes players 8 content. It's actually kind of insane how well it works. Yeah, it went so well that I couldn't tell it was players 8, and then when I went to go change it to players 8, because I'm like, surely we shouldn't test this on players 1, and then I like literally like had a shocked face when I was like, we're on players 8. I'm like, dang. I'm like, dang. Are you immune to the fire and the lightning? It's a very, very, very frightening. But I'm gonna come down from my high perch here and I'm gonna bop you in the head with a fear. 'Cause I'm capable of putting out what you fear. Fire and the lightning. Where's the lightning? Fire and the lightning. There's the lightning. Fire and the lightning. It's so frightening, a fire and the lightning. Don't hug me, I'm scared. 1 through 6 videos. I don't think I have seen those.
The mightiest of scepters rain forth down from the sky.
Terrible.
Hey, check this cestus.
Sometimes some of these things, they just, the stats on them, just like, when I look at them and I'm like, what the hell even is that? It's literally a dual leech claw with 5 strength on it that has no enhanced damage, has no plus min damage, has no plus max damage, has no increased attack speed, has nothing that you would want on it, like, at all, besides dual leech. People love clickbait faces. Are you kidding me? You just do a face like this. You're like, or you like, or you like that. There you go. It's 3 clickbait faces for you right there. Or you could even do one like this. Or you could do this one. Watch. You ready? Lean forward a little bit further. Yeah. Mr. Knee. Mr. Mr. Knee. Mr. Knee. You want to show them a trick, Mr. Knee? You want to show them a trick? Let's do them a trick. You ready? Ready? We're going to do a trick. Ready? Watch this. We're going to do the trick like this. Come on. And then we'll do the this. Oh no, he do the trick evasion. Not to do the trick evasion. Not to do the trick evasion. Good Lord, fur flying everywhere. Dang. That's a lot of fur, Mr. Knees. Look at this giant. Look. Wispy. Like a feather. You see that? Look. Just floats around like a feather. Just a feather. Look, it's just feather-like. That's how his fur is. It's literally so soft and so fluffy. It floats like feathers. It's actually, honestly, it floats even more than feathers do. Why you get so mad? You so mad? What are you so mad for? Clickbait, face, thumbnail, title, video, go. Clickbait on this video right now. Oh. Click right here or I'm gonna give you something. So. What's up, J-Laws? J-Laws sent me a picture of her dog. Of the dog. What is this dog? Well, got Disney eyes. Why does your dog have Disney eyes, J-Laws? Your dog straight up got Disney eyes. Straight up got Disney eyes. Look at these Disney eyes. You guys ready for these Disney eyes? Look, Disney eyes. Disney eyes. Look at these Disney eyes. I'm gonna zoom in on the Disney eyes. I'm gonna keep zooming. Disney eyes. Look at these Disney eyes. Look like they came straight out of a Disney show. Disney. That's the Disney. Please, sir, may I have some more? Please, sir, may I have some more? A thyroid condition. You have a thyroid condition, and you have a thyroid condition, and you have a thyroid condition. Thyroid conditions, so spooky. Thyroid conditions, so scary. Log in. Hit the button. Hit the boop, hit the boop, hit the boop, 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 hit the boop, hit the boop, hit the boop, boop, boop. Hit the boop, hit the boop, hit the boop, boop, boop. Flu-like nonsense? That sounds about right.
7 bowls. 7 bowls donated $20. Well, thank you, 7 bowls. I appreciate it, man. How come you wrote your name as not 7 bowls? You wrote your name as... It says 7 bowls here. Oh, no, you did write 7 bowls. Never mind. $20. It will help me buy things that I need, like electricity and life. And life. I need to figure out a build for Taybox or the Heaven's Brethren set. I wanna try and actually like build a character around the Heaven's Brethren set. If you guys haven't seen the Heaven's Brethren set lately, it's pretty good. They beefed it up by quite a bit. I'm pretty sure I've got it sitting here somewhere. Zombie, Saigon, Asura, Mavina, Bowen, Spear, Iron Master, Trappy McTrappo. Where's my Heaven's Brethren set? Come on now. Heaven set. There it is. Kind of makes you look doofy, though. So this is the Heaven's Brethren set as it is now. You can upgrade everything. So the hauberk can be upgraded to the Great Hauberk. The weapon can be upgraded to the Reinforced Mace. The full set bonus has been like really beefed up. It has Replenish Life plus 30 on it now, which is pretty hefty. And it also has damage reduced by 24%. Cannot be frozen. All resistance is 50, 10% lifesteal, maximum fire damage, plus 2 all skills. It's a lot better than it was previously in Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. Especially since you can upgrade the weapon, which I think was one of the biggest issues, because the weapon was stuck at the lower tier, and you really couldn't do very much with it because it was stuck at the lower tier. You can do a lot more with it now than you could previously. Especially considering that you can like upgrade the armor piece for additional defense, the weapon for additional damage. It also has some rather interesting effects on it, like it has level 3 weaken, which reduces the amount of incoming damage that you get. The Frost Nova is a very defensive ability, so you get lots of chilling going on all the monsters around you. I mean, there's a lot going on here. A lot. And it's only a 4-piece set, so you can augment it with other items. I've always wanted to build a character around this set, so we're going to have some fun with it maybe eventually. I don't know. He's definitely not decked out in gear, though. He doesn't have any boots on. He doesn't have an amulet, no rings, no belt, no gloves. He doesn't have torch or Annie or anything like that, so... I don't even think he has equipment. Hold on, let me just like do like the bare minimum here. Give him an aura at least, and like drop some skills in like zeal or something, and then I don't know, holy shield, I guess. I just realized I only have 275 HP. Oh no. 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 I only have 275 HP. Don't die, my boy. Don't die. No, use a potion. Use a potion. No.
probably could have used some actual stat points. 275 HP is not enough HP for anything. You little turd. Ow! Rude. Just because I don't have the HP to be able to tank properly doesn't mean you can be rude to me. It doesn't mean you can be rude. Ow, that's really ouchy. You're rude. Come on, let's go. I don't care. Ow. Okay, okay. I do care. That actually hurt. 275 HP in hell difficulty, boys. In hell difficulty. He only has 200, actually. He's just getting wrecked at the waypoint now. They're just spawn camping me. They're just spawn camping me to death. I ain't even load in before I die. Y'all are some rude McRudes, okay? Rude McRudes. Rudy, Rudy, Rude McRudes, Rudy dudes, Duty Rudes, Rudy Booty Boot, it's a Rudy dude, Rudy, Rudy dude. Alright, guys and gals, I think I'm going to call it a night. I already finished my objective, testing out the plagues on, and I'm really just pissing about. I've been pissing about for the past, like, hour and a half, so I think I'm going to call it a night, and yeah, I'll pick this up tomorrow. For those of you who enjoy my unique item series, I know that some of you guys love my unique item series, and some of you guys hate it, but that's fine. Tomorrow we've got another unique item coming. Black Tongue, the Black Tongue, a bastard sword. And then the day after tomorrow is Shadow Fang. I'm trying to get all the low-level swords out of the way so I could work on some of the higher-level swords. I need to make a video on every single item. I have to. It's a obsessive-compulsive disorder. I got it. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, guys and gals, and keep watching.